My neighbor press one.
Our brothers are down. Wish you speedy recovery. Today promises to be exciting. I think I'm looking forward to speaking to Professor K. I mean, going through her profile, and it's one could be proud of. One of the strongest points of our principal Peter Obi is this educational success, and she was the driving force behind that. So I'm looking forward to hearing from her, and also looking forward to obedience, or I would say we, the members of the Andrews Liver Salt movement. I think that's our new name now. I actually love the name Andrews Liver Salt. I thought about it.
Wait, who gave us that name,
It was
Otua?
wait. Let me. I can't. Let me.
Rabiu,
I know today.
let me back
Let me
you.
stay on this violent note. Let me. There's one clip that I love so much. You'll probably tell you who gave us that name, and I'm about to play it now. And please do not laugh. Wait. Let me. Who be fact to election when they come so now. Do you know Kwakwaso? Who Kwakwaso? Who be fact to Yeah, so you get the drift. So yes, Andrew Liver Salt, and Andrew Liver Salt has something. When you're constipated or you've had so much bad rubbish, or you ate things you're not supposed to eat. You need to take something to purge your system, and that's what we are. We're purging this political space. We're purging the country of bad governance. I'm pretty sure it was a millennial. I don't think it was a Gen Z that wrote that line. It's pretty sure it was a millennial that wrote that line. They didn't think well, which reflects the entire campaign itself. So let me hand this over to you. I'm not much of a monologue person like Saddam, so my brother Caesar, go ahead.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome to the Violence Space. One more time, it's just a pleasure having everybody here. This is just a beautiful day. This week has been very eventful in the Nigerian political space. We are going to talk about all of that, and then we're also going to touch on the Chatham House Masterclass by His Excellency Governor Peter Gregory Obi. It don't reach where me personally, because you go see all these other candidates with their smelling names and their smelling titles. People could just drop them. Anytime Festus Keyamo is talking, just say, Asuwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Asuwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Whether it want Asuwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu had plantain for breakfast. Asuwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is Asuwaju. I was like, what the fuck is going on here? You hear articles, people, Boala started. Waziri Atiku Abubakar. Waziri Adamawa Atiku. I said, una dey craze. We have started our own. Peter Gregory Obi. That's how I'm going to call his name. If they do anyhow, we've even add that a second middle name, join, because these people are now running mad. Now, we're going to have a lot of discussions today as well. Remi Tinubu Oluremi, maybe feeling challenged by our beautiful Margaret, came out to tell us that, dear Nigerians, if her husband does not perform, that after 4 years, we should vote him out. So I don't know, maybe she just waked from sleep. She might not be knowing what's going on. But there's what they say, that format has casted. That one don't cast. Ain't nobody giving your husband 4 years of our lives to come and be checking whether he will perform or not. I saw a tweet that was asking Oluremi, when last did your husband perform? Quote unquote, you know what I mean, in the Oza room. He don't look like person where is a perform for the Oza room. He won't come perform for Nigeria. So I don't think that is sorry, Remy, that one you go for another thing to talk. If it's that perform, we will vote him out. Because I remember a Buhari that said in 2015, if he doesn't perform, we should vote him out. And that's how his Nyash standard there till 2023. I remember a baller that told us in Lagos, if he doesn't perform, we should vote him out. That's how his Nyash was there from 1999 to 2007. And he dictated the next 3 governors after him. So at this point, we have to be proactive as obedience. I will also tell you about a bomb blast that happened at the APC rally in Port Harcourt. These things worry me. This week, to the glory of God, my theory on the final Abubu seems to, be failing. What I thought PDP and APC will unite, they are now fighting each other in what I will call Mortal Kombat 11. There is no friendship here. It's all brutalities and fatalities every step of the way. So in the words of Kenneth Okonkwo, everything PDP says about APC is right. Everything APC says about PDP is right. But everything both of them say about Labour is a lie. Last but not the least, Rabiu Musa Kwakwanso, who would have been part of this glorious train, who would have been part of this glorious movement. But obviously, the Spirit of God knew that he is a hater, he is a biter, he is a bigot, he is a trigot, he is a unigot. And God just made sure that he removed him early. Kwakwanso went to Chatham House to embarrass himself. No other candidate went there. My principal did not go to Chatham House to talk about NNPP. That is one thing I'll commend Peter Obi to today. Peter Obi does not give his haters airtime. Kwakwanso went there, insulted Labour. He's just deceiving himself. The only thing I've said, though, dear Rabiu Kwakwanso, if you step down for anybody, you are a bastard. If you step down for anybody, Ogun kill you. You are a bastard. I'm telling Kwakwanso that one because if you think you do this, then at the end of the day, step down. Baba, if you step down, you are a bastard. That one, I'm challenging you as a man. Run this race to the end. Run them. If na Sowore, if you get votes more than Sowore or below Sowore, run them. Anything you see for the end of this race, get that. But if you step down, Kwakwanso, after the mouth you made in Chatham House, you are a bastard. No cap. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Violence Space. One more time. I love you all. My name is N6. I will be reading you a lot that has happened in the news this week that might have escaped a lot of you, or maybe you saw it but didn't have some in-depth discussion to that. It's going to be a beautiful space. We might run all the way up to midnight or past midnight Nigerian time. But one more time, I love you all. Omar, take it away at this point. God bless you all. Cheers.
Thank you so much, N6. You really cracked me up with so many of the things you said. I don't even know where to start from, but let me take it from here. American scholar Warren Bennis believes that leadership is the capacity to translate vision into reality. And when you look at what Peter Obi stands for as a person, you would understand the fact that this is not someone who has a mere picture in his head. He's a very practical man. He's a man who has put things to test over the course of time and has been able to achieve tremendous results. Now, when people talk about track record, it makes me laugh. Because if your track record is being able to install every successor in the state that you governed between 1999 and 2007, till today, I don't know how much of a track record that would count for. If your track record is creating a direct pipeline from the state tax coffers directly to your personal accounts, or maybe some accounts that serves your purpose, I don't know how we can count that as some form of track record. If your track record is claiming to be the chairman of the National Economic Council when you were serving as a vice president to a president whom you made his life very miserable whilst he was in office, I don't know how much of a track record that counts for. If your track record is to have contested for Nigeria's presidency more times than anybody else and still not winning, not even once, I don't know how much of a track record that counts for. If your track record is that you come back every 4 years after your pilgrimage in the United Arab Emirates, where you live a very luxurious lifestyle, and you come back to the country to contest, only to lose again, I don't know how much of a track record we can call that. But if your track record is maintaining a very clean profile, despite having to navigate the murky waters of Nigerian politics, then that is a track record. If your track record is employing pure technocrats who are able to go back to their regular lives after serving in government, that is a track record. If your track record is saving money for your state, being the only second governor who's managed that over the course of our democracy since 1999, then that is a track record. If your track record is taking your state from the doldrums of the state's educational, dynamics to the very top of it, that is a track record. If your track record is building a state from the ground up for your successor to have more than enough funds to waste on a white elephant project like an airport that is barely useful to anyone, you can call that a very solid track record. A man who has been known for his prudence, a man who's been known so far in this campaign for his words being trustworthy, a verifiable man. Educationally, he's verifiable. Business-wise, he's verifiable. Politically, you can trace his roots up till this day. He didn't just show up from nowhere. Companies he claimed to have worked for have never come out to deny him at any point. Unlike some people, every time he speaks with so much grace, eloquence, and elegance that you ask yourself, what else could this nation beg God for at this desperate time than a man that represents what the youth of this country are actually clamoring for? Peter Obi is the man, ladies and gentlemen. I've told you before, and I'm telling you again, that Peter Obi convinces me, not because he's a man that I know personally, but you see, God has blessed us as humans with natural skills. Our instincts is what, I believe some people on the religious side give different names to, but I believe in instinct being a general applicable term to this, kind of discussion. And our instincts, they have a way of guiding us. When you listen to somebody, you have at least 20% chance of being able to figure whether that person is telling you the truth or not. There are times when this percentage rises depending on the, personality of the person you're conversing with. Peter Obi comes across as a man who does not even have the ability to lie to you because he doesn't want to defend himself in future. He just tells you as it is. He's the man that puts the uncomfortable truth out there for the Nigerian political class to learn from, but they've refused. So he's decided to take the mantle upon himself and lead the country to where it belongs. My fellow Nigerians, there are times when the duty to change the trajectory of your nation falls on the collective. It falls on you and me, and the year is 2023. I beseech you, tell somebody to get their PVCs. Tell someone to tell another person to get their PVCs. Mobilize in your neighborhoods. Get people to serve as polling unit agents for the Labour Party. Getting this man into office is a collective duty that benefits us as a nation. And we should all fight for it. Anybody that stands in our way, we should deal with them decisively. When I say decisively, I'm not suggesting any form of physical violence. But we should let them know that we understand that the nation is already in an existential crisis. And anybody standing in the way of the change that we clamor for, not the change that the APC preached to us, the change that we Nigerians have been able to identify a man who is capable of giving us, anyone who stands in our way would be dealt with decisively. We're going to address so many issues on this platform tonight. But let's start from, I don't know if she's available now, Otumba, but please let me know.
Sent her a request, Professor. Okay, can you
Okay.
please?
All right. If she's
please,
available, we'll go straight with that. Yeah, real ever best. Real ever best, please. Real ever best.
Wait, it's bringing.
Keep your powder.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I want to bring you guys up to speed, please.
Okay, all right.
Real ever best. Check your DM. Actually check your DM, because I think I know what you want to say. So we're asking her to please, Professor K, can you request the mic? Mm-hmm.
Yes, no, she request. The thing is that there's somebody on this page because her network is giving her problems. So she has somebody in her office. The person is already on this platform. The person has requested mic. She can actually be speaking to Felix DK. Felix DK 10. Have you seen the person?
Let me search for it.
Yeah, I can see Felix. He's a researcher.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see Felix.
Okay. Bring Felix to speaker this thing. She will speak through Felix account until she can be able to get her own this thing, please.
Okay,
because she
all
has
right, that works perfectly. Yeah, that works perfectly.
Because
Best. Yes. So if you're wondering who our guest is tonight on the platform, just for those of you who are just joining us, we're going to be having the person who served as a commissioner of education under Peter Obi during his tenure as Anambra state governor. So let me just give you a quick profile of this person that we're going to be talking to. Her name is Dr. K. Chino Yelum Wamaka Onyechi. She was born on the 24th of February 1962. She had a primary education at Central School Abatete, where she graduated into secondary school from primary 5 in September 1973 due to her outstanding
Abatete. Let's go to say that Abatete de Albuquerque.
Oh,
it's
come on.
Abatete.
Don't do that to me. Abatete. Don't do that to me.
No, even amongst Igbos, pronouncing that is quite a mouthful. So it's Abatete.
All right. Abatete. Did I
Got you,
okay.
buddy. Let's go.
All right. Nice. All right. So she attended girls' secondary school, Alo. Did I get that right?
Yes, Alo.
Okay,
yes.
Okay, Alo. And graduated in 1978, obtaining a West African school certificate, a tertiary education at the Anambra State College of Education, Oka, between 1980 and 1983, where she obtained the NC and Cultural Religion Studies in Igbo language, and University of Nigeria, Nsukka, where she obtained the following degrees. In 1985, between 1985 to 1988, she got a Bachelor's of Education in Guidance and Counseling. In 1993, a Master's of Education in Guidance and Counseling. And in 2003, PhD in Guidance and Counseling. She has taught in various post-primary institutions such as Teacher Training College and secondary schools as classroom teacher. She joined the services of the university in 1996 as Assistant Research Fellow with the Institute of Education, with parallel appointment with the Department of Educational Foundations as Assistant Lecturer. She rose to the rank of Senior Research Fellow and Senior Lecturer in October 2004. Dr. K. Onyechi in 2006 was appointed to serve as State Anambra as Honorable Commissioner for Education, a position she held until 2012. Currently, she's a Senior Lecturer in the Department of Educational Foundations, University of Nigeria, Nsukka. I hope she's available with us. Good evening, ma'am. Through the account of Felix, Mr. Felix, right? Felix DK.
I'll give you another angle to Dr. K you guys don't know about.
Okay.
I schooled in University of Nigeria, Nsukka. She was my landlady. If you remembered,
stop.
No, hold on. You remember very early in this movement, I used to tell you guys that my landlady was a state minister in the Peter Obi administration. She was very pivotal to that administration, and we talked about this. But it just so turned out that this was very early in this movement, and hold on. This was very early in the movement, and a lot of maybe it didn't stick then. But Dr. K is actually my landlady, or my former landlady in university. So this should be a very interesting discussion. I promise.
It should be a mind-blowing one, and I'm going to be, swinging it out to you when we get her to speak. Please let's mute everyone. Okay. Dr. K, I think she's available with a handle now.
Yes, please, obedience, follow her.
All right, Dr. K, good evening, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm so glad to be with you in this space. But I want to make one or two comments before we move on the boat.
Okay, ma'am, please go ahead.
Yes, Dr. K is now Professor K because Dr. K, when she finished with Peter Obi, he had to go back to her job at the University of Nigeria and upgraded herself. So as I speak currently, she is now Professor K, Professor of Education. That's one.
All protocols observed, ma'am. Professor K.
All protocols duly observed, ma'am. So,
Professor K. Chinoyalum Onyechi, University of Nigeria and Nsukka. So, and wow. I'm really glad to be invited to this space. Thank you for the profile you've just read, though not so current, but it's okay. And
I'm sorry, ma'am.
No, that's all right. That's okay. I'm really glad that I'm being invited to talk on my principal, Mr. Peter Obi, whom I closely worked with when I was Commissioner for Education in Anambra State. As a matter of fact, I was his first Commissioner for Education. And yes, his first Commissioner for Education. And I served with him throughout his first tenure. Throughout his first tenure, I worked with him. And even onto his second tenure, I worked with him up to half the way before I had to go back for this, my program that I eventually upgraded to. So I worked with him, and I have this to say, just a little tip of the iceberg of that great man, Peter. You know, Peter, I worked for him, supervised and implemented all his projects on education as much as possible. And for this great man, Peter, I want to tell us, education remains his number one, number two, number three priority. For him, education is everything. He believes that if you fix education, which is human capital development, you can fix the nation. Peter, as far as I can describe him, Peter is a man who saw tomorrow. Peter can be described as a man who saw tomorrow because he is a visionary leader. He saw the need to fix this great nation, Nigeria, right from the day he took the mantle of leadership as a governor in Anambra State. The vision became very clear to him about the way Nigeria was going that time. He saw Nigeria going down gradually. He called us together, all of us that were commissioned at that time, and he said, and I quote, "We cannot continue like this. We must fix this nation. And that we can start right from here, Anambra State." In fact, it was from Peter that I first heard the described Anambra State as a mini Nigeria. He then told us that Anambra State is the light of the nation, and hence everybody comes to Anambra State to catch a glimpse of the light. Hence, the very need to fix it, to continue to supply the light. So with this in mind, the man Peter told us that this thing cannot be achieved without a functional education. So he swung into action. At this period under review, I mean when he came on board as governor, education in Anambra State was at its lowest ebb. And I quote him, "K, this is unacceptable. We must fix education." And he meant every bit of it. Peter, knowing that education is the key and bedrock to development, he fully funded a well-articulated educational policies and programs that dragged education in Anambra State out from the mud. Prior to his regime, everything about education seemed to be at standstill, I must tell you. There was a time, if you recall, some of you that are listening to me that are from Anambra State, you can recall there was a time the schools were on strike and everything were at standstill. There was no school for almost 1 year or even more. You can imagine that. And in fact, everything near collapse. I say near collapse. Infrastructures in our schools were dilapidated. Higher institutions has their own question marks. Parents were taking their children to private and missionary schools to acquire a near functional education. It was at this point that this great visionary man, His Excellency, he swung into action. You see how he started? That's one unique thing about this man, Peter. He just doesn't come up and begin to dictate and say it must be this and that and that and that. He must verify to be sure and plan what he is doing. Hence, he will always tell us that whoever wants to do anything must plan. And that if you don't plan, you've planned to fail. So he started with what we call action research. He now taught the entire educational institutions in Anambra State and garnered first-hand information on the state of education at the point in time. Having done that, he firstly made sure that funds were fully provided accordingly for the following. One, infrastructural development. He started by rebuilding classroom blocks. We are almost totally dilapidated, with most students studying under leaking roofs. And even this one might amaze you. There was a school we visited when we were touring during the tour. You can't believe this. Students were studying under mango tree. Abomination. You see, Peter's style of administration is unique and phenomenal. You know what this man did? Instead of, when he had planned, we have articulated how to move on, instead of awarding contracts for the contractors and then collecting 10% just like others may do, he summoned communities with their igwes, president generals, and principals of schools, and then heads of institutions. Then he started issuing them checks for them to take ownership of those projects, for them to do it by themselves, under serious and detailed supervision of myself, his commissioner for education, and then the Ministry of Education together. So with this strategy by our visionary Peter, the Rock, modern school buildings were provided. No case of one person embezzling the funds, that's contractors, or case of abandoned projects as was found, or is still being found in most projects in the nation. So you find out that there was a transparency in the execution of projects during his tenure. So he tried to provide these modern skills, and it went on. And then for our higher institutions, he also founded and provided infrastructures that lifted them from, as they were being mocked at that time, glorified secondary schools. He pulled it out to enviable heights. So, for example, his administration conceived.
Okay, Professor K. Professor K. Good evening. Can you still hear me, ma'am?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, I think you're struggling with your connection, so we lost a bit of what you said. No, it's okay. It's fine. Well, let's consider that you're opening.
No, she came off fine from my end, like in a straight line. To be honest, I don't know. Maybe it was different for others. She's been her network has been fluent here.
Okay, all right. I think I lost her for a bit, but Madam K, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, forgive me. I want to get used to Professor K. Let's start with that. Okay, so let's have a conversation. Let's talk about the political side of things. I like the fact that you gave us an insight into the House, because when I am one of the members of the Big Tent and, of course, one of the spokespersons, and when we were asked to go through the manifesto, I read through most of the things that were listed in the education sector, and I looked at how practicable they are, because they are very practical. Very practicable. A lot of I tell people in private conversations that most of the problems that we have in our country, they are they're problems with simple solutions, complex problems that require simple solutions. The only problem is that the political will to get those solutions in place. That's what we've struggled with so far. So let's start with your own foray into politics. When you were asked to join the Peter Obi government in Anambra State, what year was it and how did it feel?
That was 2006. July 2006. That was when I joined his administration.
And what were you doing at the time?
Oh, like I earlier said, I am a lecturer. By then, I was still a lecturer, University of Nigeria in Soccer.
Wow. So you had your life, your personal life going on. It was your first time stepping into the political space. So now when it comes to dealing with the political side of things in a politically complex country like Nigeria, and even at state level, we understand the complexity that comes with governance in those states. How did it feel being in that coming from the academia into the political, stratosphere? What was your early initiation, let me put it that way, your early experience of it? What did it feel like? I mean, I understand that the system has its failings, so I'd like you to touch on those sides of it.
Well, for me, it was, a teacher is a role model. A teacher is a teacher anywhere, anytime, and then being in the classroom, talking to people at all times. So for me, coming up into the political space wasn't so much challenge. More so when I had a principal who is a team player, somebody that will always carry you along, somebody that you discuss and take your decisions, come up with the policies and all the things you are doing. So for me, I think it was okay.
So, I mean, for me, I was just trying to understand how it felt, dealing with politicians, like career politicians. But that's one thing that really struck me. Every time I've watched clips of people that have worked under Peter Obi, I've noticed a very similar pattern. Most of them are like technocrats, people who have their own personal lives going on for them, doing well in their different chosen fields of life, being called into government. So what happened after you served for the Anambra state government under Peter Obi? What did you do? You basically just went back to your normal job?
No, seamlessly. Gently, quietly, I went back to the university and continued with my career, and then rose to the rank of professor when I got back. I rose to the rank of professor in 2016, a professor of guidance and counseling in education.
Interesting. All right, I'll bring Cecil in at this point. I think he has one or two things to discuss with you, so let me leave it to him for now. Cecil, please come in.
Good evening, ma. I don't know if you remember me in Wabasili. How are you?
Good. Wow. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are your kids? They were little when I left. I'm sure your daughter, everyone will be all grown up now.
No, yes, to the glory of God. Thank you.
When do you still? Are you still linked to Okuta Close? Anything? Have you moved?
My God. Well, let's move on. Let's move on.
All right. So beautiful. I just wanted to ask you a question. I remember when you started working with Peter Obi, you were already a very busy woman then. And I remembered you had some things that you were still doing in the university. And I also remembered you would zoom off to Anambra State, which was about 3 states away. You'd work for a few days, you come back. Sometimes I'll see you as you drive in. You've driven out again. Now, when I did the numbers, this was when I said you are more than... you've always been a phenomenal woman, but this was when I knew that your job was a huge task. When I Googled how many schools are in Anambra State, this population was 781 secondary schools, comprising 257 public schools and 524 private schools from the 6 educational zones in the state. I'll ask you a series of questions. First question, when they told you are going to be commissioner in charge of 781 secondary schools for starters, did you panic? How did you feel? Just let's just start from the beginning. How did you feel?
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's a very personal question, but I want to tell you, like I earlier on said, I'm a teacher and I'm still a teacher. So for us teachers, we can face any audience, and it's all about administration. So actually, it didn't really embarrass me by any means, because for teachers, as a university lecturer, you can stand there and be talking to over 1,000 people and all stuff like that. So for me, it wasn't any much big deal, but I knew it needed some seriousness. It was a serious business that needed serious attention.
Okay. Now, the way Peter Obi moves, Mama, I won't lie, the thing they fear me. In one day, he can go to 3 states. You hear Peter was in Delta, then he went to Kaduna, then in the evening, he's doing a speech in London. Then next day, he'll do rally. Is this how he was when he was the governor? Now, so in the work that year. And, how keeping up with his pace, is it easy or, how does it feel working with such a hardworking person?
Honestly speaking, that was the greatest thing I benefited by working with the man, Peter. He was a workaholic, or he is a workaholic. Honestly, you've not even seen anything. That is Peter. With Peter, we walked around the clock. We start the day as early as 7 a.m. Sometimes 3 a.m., 2 a.m., we are awake, brainstorming on how to get Anambra State right, how to get things right. So that is, and we moved from just like that. So, I mean, sometimes, honestly speaking, but he pulled us along with the way he's doing it. You're so relaxed with him, you wouldn't even know that you are putting in such energy, because he has a lot of energy, I must confess to you. I've never heard he is sick. He has never been sick. All through we worked with him, none of us had even rushed to the hospital, because the way he carried the whole exco together, the way we see you are happy doing what you're doing. And when you're happy doing what you're doing, you won't even see it as a problem. So he works like that, as a matter of fact. So I'm not even surprised the way you're talking. He moves from Delta, this, and he does even much more than that, I must tell you, honestly.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, Omar, let me just ask her my last question. All right. You are one of the most pivotal members of his administration. One of his biggest prides, he says it all the time, is the way education rose in Anambra State. So let's say Peter Obi remembers Professor K. Onyechi. I mean, you were a doctor then, you're a professor now, so I can imagine how much your wealth of knowledge, and says he would like you at the Ministry of Education. Let's just hypothetically. Now, Nigeria is rather complex. Do you think, I mean, from the ASU issue and then to enrollment, the drop in enrollment in primary schools, the fact that even, do you honestly feel that we can get education back in this country with a Peter Obi administration in about 4 to 8 years?
Come again. Do you mean whether I working with him or
I'm just
whether
saying,
Peter?
I'm just saying, education under Peter Obi in Anambra, it was very, very good. But now in Nigeria, we have 30-something states. Do you feel if you were made, let's say he thought about you maybe to be on the board of the Ministry of Education or even the Minister of Education, do you think there is hope for the Nigerian educational system at all tiers? The ASU issue at university, secondary. And do you think it can be elevated in 4 to 8 years?
I tell you the truth, Peter can fix it. I tell you the truth, like when I was talking, I told you that he told us that time that Anambra State is a mini Nigeria. If he was able to get Anambra State right, I believe he can get ASO problem right, because it's all about education. It's not a rocket science like he will always tell us. You know, he's such a bold and courageous person. He will tell you that this thing is not a rocket science. It's something you just look at, calculate, plan, and implement. For example, what is the issue? The ASO strike, is it not about welfare? And this is what this man specialized about addressing the welfare of people. In Anambra State, you know that this man had to address the welfare of teachers. He had to pay all the arrears owed them as salaries, pays them salary as a when due. For promotion, when they are due, he promoted them. Again, even people that had cases of stagnation at a particular grade level. And you see, these are the basis for agitation in most places in the educational sector. But Peter had to address them. He faced them head on. He released them, those that were stagnated at level. He promoted them to level 16 in the education sector. Even those that were holding HND, that is higher national diploma, and maybe did their diploma in education and were teaching in our secondary schools, and they were, being looked at somehow. They were just right before P2B. They were not given the same status as those with a bachelor's degree. But do you know what Peter did? When Peter came, he looked at this. After all, he looked at the curriculum, looked at everything, and I told him, look at, this thing can work. And he just raised them. They now came at par with their colleagues with bachelor's degree, and they became happy. They can be principals and so on. So he addressed the welfare. He even helped them by sponsoring them, the teachers, for capacity building workshops and so on. And these are the things that teachers want. He provided them the infrastructure they need. He provided all. In fact, I tell you, during his tenure, our teachers were winning prizes during the Teachers' Day celebration at Abuja. Some of them even won car and so on. So because they were happy, they are committed. He provided vehicles to all the schools. So you see, when teachers are to take their students for quiz and debate and all the rest of it, they sit in their air-conditioned bus being purchased by innocent. Innocent is, you can see that also Peter encourages local content. Innocent manufactured those vehicles. They were provided. So what I want to tell you is that because Peter is an education-friendly governor, he fully funded education. Whenever we come up with our budgets, it will be approved, and those money for particular projects we are utilized and judiciously used. So you find out that if he's able to fix that, what is it? It's not a rocket science. If he gets to the federal level, he can also begin to address these issues ranging from welfare to infrastructure to autonomy to name it, all those things that will promote education. And there'll be no agitation. That is it. So even in that Anambra, our higher institutions, they got their accreditation because he gave them what it takes to be a functional, real higher institution. He provided what they needed: the College of Medicine, Faculty of Law, Administration block, all those things he provided them. So when it's time for accreditation from NUC, you see them getting everything, courses getting accredited. Same with our WAFORIS, College of Education, and so on. So you find out that Peter is loaded, I tell you. So if he's there and we are to do it again, and he's to do it again with whoever, I want to tell you that he can roll out policies, and he's a team player. He's somebody that works well with people he's working with.
Thank you very much, ma'am. If you're just joining us, you're listening to the Violence Space. It's your #1 political talk space on Twitter. You can listen to us on the vawulenceradio.com. It's available for you to listen to on low data. You can check out the Violence Space website for the direct link to that radio channel, to that online radio channel. My name is Omar, and I'm one of your regular co-hosts on this platform. We have with us Professor Onyechi, who is she works at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and she served as the Commissioner for Education under His Excellency Peter Obi. I remember that you mentioned, madam, that you came into Peter Obi's government around 2006, right?
Yeah.
Okay, which means you served till 2012.
Exactly. That's what I said initially. I said,
all right. I want to get something clear because a lot of people have been talking about the fact that he's coming through a party that is relatively unknown in Nigerian politics, which is the Labour Party. And of course, he was a governor under the political party Alliance for Progressive I don't know, I can't remember. Yeah, All Progressives Grand Alliance. I remember. All Progressives Grand Alliance, APGA. Yeah. So he was the governor under APGA. And what fascinates me is the fact that he was impeached from office twice. Now, his Wikipedia page says, after 3 years of legal battles, Obi was declared winner in 2006. He said, let me go back a bit. It says Obi ran for governor in 2003 as a member of the All Progressives Grand Alliance, and his main opponent was unlawfully declared victor. After 3 years of legal battles, Obi was declared winner in 2006 and assumed office in March 2006. He was impeached in November the same year, but his impeachment was overturned and he returned to office in February 2007. Obi was removed after the 2007 Anambra state gubernatorial election, but the judiciary again intervened by ruling that he should be allowed to complete a full 4-year term. In 2010, Obi won a re-election for a second term. So that means you came into office right at the start of his his political turmoil as a governor. I understand that he had to fight for his mandate. So how many times was he impeached whilst you were working for him? Let's start with that. Straight questions.
Just once now.
Okay, so he's said a lot about the reasons that led to his impeachment, and the fact that he was working for him. He was a candidate of a minority party at the time. Many people have been questioning Peter Obi walking into the Aso Villa, having to deal with a House of Representatives and the Senate that does not have a majority from his own party. How did he navigate that? Because I'm sure that Abga was also probably not the majority in Anambra State House of Assembly at the time. How did he navigate that?
Well, all you need to know is that man, Peter, is a man with great integrity. He is a man with great integrity. He is a man that he sought after for those who knows his worth. So he was able to do that because he was sought after, because he was worth his onions.
So what led to his impeachment?
Yeah, what led it? Because of his prudence. He's a prudent man. In fact, sometimes we call him a man from heaven because he believes in being right with what he does. Prudent and strict manager. He's a manager of funds. He does things and he believes in doing things the proper way, the way things should be done.
If you say that if he is he believes in doing things the proper way, is a very prudent man, that automatically sounds like a sensible man that is fit for office. So why would anybody come up with the idea of removing him? That's what I'm trying to understand.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, let me give you an example. For example, now, if Peter tells you that you want to buy something now, and you know that thing is for 5 naira, and you go and what do they call it? You go and inflate the price for 10 naira. While the actual price is 5 naira, Peter must surely know that you are not giving the right price, and he must insist on the correct price. And you know, when such a thing happens, it does not go well with most people, an average Nigerian, because they want to, cut here and there and so on. I mean, wow. So I think that was
he was largely removed from office due to his rigidity when it comes to allowing people to inflate government contracts.
For competence.
You don't inflate those things, and you must do it right because it must be properly supervised, and you will make sure that it is done. In fact, he uses what I call, as at that time, direct labor, in quote, but not for all, where necessary. So, but they want to inflate prices, do this and that. He will not do that, and it didn't go well with them. That was the major issue.
All right. As we allow you to finish your presentation before we take questions from most of our listeners, I have one last question for you, and that's the fact that His Excellency Peter Obi is a very interesting man, and we've learned a lot about him over the course of this electioneering season. But as a Nigerian, because many people see him from the prism of being a Southeasterner, and of course you understand the reasons for that. We cannot we don't deceive ourselves on the violence space. We understand the complexities of the Nigerian state when it comes to ethnic and religious divisions. But as a Nigerian, when it comes to the level of interest that is shown in education in Anambra State, I'm sure that you followed his journey, even post being a governor, right? So what do you think his level of involvement has been on a national scale after he left office? Because I've seen a lot of pictures, I've heard a lot of things about him, donating to schools in the north, donating to schools even in the southwest where I come from, to places like the Middle Belt in Kwara State. What level of involvement has he had in the educational sector since he left office that you know about?
You've already said that. Peter is consistent about education. Peter does not joke with education. As far as he's concerned, education remains his topmost priority. And that was why, even when he left office, he was still, or he is still investing in education, both private, missions, and all the rest of them. Private. He is investing. And he's still investing. If you had listened to him all this while throughout this strike of it, you look at you listen to his comments about it. So he believes if he's consistent about getting something done the way it should be, I think going to the national space also, I believe he can also do even better, because he has done the primary aspect of it. Because, of course, if somebody doesn't go to primary school, he cannot even attend secondary school, not talk of going to the university. But you must get it from the scratch, from the primary level. I think
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would have done a bit of delving into his educational records, but that's available in public space for everyone to check out. I mean, I'm sure that you are familiar with some of the people that Peter Obi went to school with, primary, secondary, and even tertiary institutions. Am I correct, ma'am?
That one is his private life now, even if I do.
Yeah, I totally understand, but I mean,
I cannot come here to discuss his friends and the people he went to school with. I don't think.
No. I'm not. No, I'm not expecting.
What we mean is we know his friends and we know some of his classes.
Yeah, you know, that's the bottom
but
line.
All
like,
I know, what I want to tell you that I know is in the public space already. You know,
exactly.
He went to secondary school. He is a graduate from the University of Nigeria,
right?
Yes, and University of Nigeria and Nsukka, to be exact. In fact, the
so
other
his
day,
alma mater is where you're actually lecturing at the moment, and his educational records are available.
In fact, to be precise, on the 14th of January, he came back, he visited his alma mater. Honestly, the whole place went agog. The hall could not contain people. I was there live. We were all there, full to the brim. If you want to talk, they were all hailing him because they knew he is an education-friendly governor, and
that must have been an amazing experience. We're still waiting for some people to visit.
I want to even ask Professor
University.
Yeah.
Let's
Omar, this Indomie are cooking. Professor, I just want to ask one of the most randomest questions. How was it the first time you were, did you know Peter Obi prior to being given the job? And how was it the first time you were told, hello, we'll be needing your services for, to work in it? How does that happen? Do you get a phone call first? Do you get a letter? Do you show up in the government house? Do they, maybe in the days of the military, maybe 1-2 army men will just show up in your door. Professor Onyechi, you are needed to help education in Anambra, and they will whisk you away. How did it happen? Just from when you got the appointment to meeting Peter, did you know him before? And maybe as far as your first day in office, that sort of thing, please.
Honestly speaking, I never knew Peter. I've never never discussed with Peter. Just like if I describe the way I had contact with him, that was the one day I had a phone call, and it was just an ordinary number. Mr. Peter Obi, we want you to come to the Anambra State, this and that and that and that. And oh my God, I nearly fainted. But I got myself together. Now, after, I must tell you, this is an interesting experience. He may even have forgotten, but I want to tell you how we started. And it really got me on my toes. That was why I worked with him round the clock. Because I was determined to achieve. I was determined to make a success and to make a name. The first day after our inauguration and so on, I came into his office and said, K, not a politician, I don't know you before. I've heard 1 or 2 things about you. I want to tell you, I am watching you. I want to see you fail so that I'll put another person. You can imagine, that was the first discussion I had with Peter.
Lie.
Does it sound funny?
Doesn't sound real.
That's reverse psychology.
He may have forgotten, but I was like looking at this man. He engaged me. He's telling me he's waiting for me to fail so that he will replace me immediately. Hey, I said, and my reply, it was an impulse. I quickly said, and I will not fail. I must succeed. He looked at me and then looked down. I said, okay. And that was it. And we move on. And that was it. The journey was tough in the sense that we were busy, so committed, so serious, and we achieved. Because if not anything that gives me joy, the joy that Anambra State was taken from 24th position in external examinations of WAEC throughout Nigeria out of the 36 states to first position in education. The fact that Anambra State was taken out from from exam malpractice state to zero tolerance to examination malpractice due to all the facilities and the things that Peter provided for the education sector that made our students to be self-confident, and they were able to face any exam at any level, internally and externally. He even did a lot. Working with him, he reinvigorated the inspectorate division of the Ministry of Education. He provided them with facilities, modern gadgets to enable the ministry to supervise teachers
Did we lose the professor?
Okay, so this was universal. I think we lost our connection. Omar,
Okay,
are you here, sir?
Okay.
Yes, I'm still here.
Arm of the ministry where our teachers are followed up and
hello,
so
Prof.
on. He also
Prof, we
transformed
lost you
I've
for
said about transformation of the higher institution.
Okay.
So in fact, for Peter, it's all about education and he's committed to it. He can go all rounds. He will inspect the schools. He will inspect the projects along with me. He will commission them, do everything. He even...
I believe maybe she's receiving a call or something. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, it's probably a phone
So
call. I don't
before
think
we
it's a
get
call.
back, please retweet this space and also please follow our. And I know we'll not be able to take everybody because we have limited time with us. So you can tweet your questions also.
Exactly.
Yes, so.
So how many minutes do we have with our left?
Read our
Let's
best. Read
just
our
start.
best. How many minutes we have left? Mm-hmm.
Real our best. How long are we going to be able to have the professor for?
Yeah. As you should be out
Yeah,
by
okay.
5:30.
Thank you very much. I think we've exhausted roughly just over an hour. I think maybe the prof will still be with us for a couple of more minutes, probably 15 to 20 more minutes. So I would really like maybe you give opportunity for those in the space, the audience,
we
to
take
maybe
questions.
we can take one or two questions. And just like we said, perhaps it would be it would be useful if the questions are about on education, what he did in the education sector, and not necessarily on the maybe areas that she may not be have much to say, maybe personalized or politics. If it borders on education, that would be very good. So 20 minutes, around 20 minutes, okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Felix. Let's go with Ripo. Ripo, I believe that is Mbangyong, my dear sister. How are you doing?
Yes, it's Mbanyong. Thank you for accepting my
Mbang, it's been a
request.
long time. Where have you been?
I've been here. You were away the last violence space that I spoke. I think you took a
Oh,
break and
okay.
then you came back, but I'm still here.
Oh,
Let me just
all right.
quickly ask
Go for it.
ask
We
Question.
my
remember this handle. She's been constant.
Yeah,
Yes,
very
thank
concerned.
you, M6. Let me just quickly ask my question and then we can, catch up later. So, afternoon, Mrs. K. Onyechi. Very
Sorry,
lovely to
Professor.
have you here.
Professor, hello.
Professor. I'm
Professor.
sorry, I cut my card for
Muchos
you.
gracias.
Okay. So, listening to His Excellency Peter Obi when he was addressing, Nigerians in the diaspora at Chatham House, something that really touched me was when he said that to fix Nigeria, all you need to do is work on education and health. And you're from the education sector. You worked with him in that capacity. So I really love to know, in regards to education, what were the legislative or policy changes or the curriculum changes in regards to school that had to be done to make Anambra State better in regards to education? I just want to know policy, legislation, or curriculum. Thank you so much. That's my question. Thank you, guys.
Please, Mama, when you're answering, don't give too much expo. Our haters are here too. So if you just touch her once.
Yeah, I was going to ask if Mr. Felix can help her or if she can request the mic again.
Mr. Felix, are you there? Okay. Mr. Felix, are you there? Oh, quite unfortunate.
Just
Yeah?
by the way, this is just something that, do you know, it just looks frightening working for Peter Obi. And I must say this without fear or favor. You see somebody that gets up, is in 3 rallies in one day, he walked through one whole state from one big major street to the rally center. Working with such a man, to be honest, it looks frightening, especially with where they are going at federal level. Oh my, imagine if they made you a special assistant, let's say for information, or maybe to the Attorney General of the Federation.
I beg, bro.
That kind, there are certain
Under
presidents
Peter.
that now flanger, they can't flanger, or you're coming to work at a certain pace. But with this kind of guy, you know that the work will be cut out for you, as the Americans would say. What do you
The
think
interesting
about that?
thing, I came across a thread today where, I mean, it was like a memes thread where people just, somebody said Peter Obi's Minister for Education. I think it was it Minister for Education? Something
Minister
about,
for Power, I think I saw it,
power.
with a sweating
Exactly.
picture. Dear Lord.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, ma'am.
Yes, we can
Yes,
hear
we
you.
can. Yes, we can.
Hello.
Yeah, Prof, we can hear you. We can hear you. Welcome. Can you hear us, Mr. Felix?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you perfectly, madam. Can you hear us?
Can you hear us, Professor?
Okay, someone sent Felix a DM to log out of the space and
Hello.
log back in. And then we'll pick him in the speaker section again.
Yeah, I think the connection over there is not the greatest. But I think we have Mazi is okay here.
Hello.
Yeah, are you
Yes,
there,
we can.
Professor?
I just want to chip this in. For this segment, I think it would be much better if you guys send the tweet in the questions. I don't think we might have the luxury due to network of we pick a speaker, they ask Prof a question, and then we go over to Prof and back. So I think tweeting your questions right now will be very, very important in the box. And then when we get Prof's handle sorted out, we can ask her 3-4 questions back to back, and she can answer that as against one speaker back to Prof, one speaker back to Prof. I don't think the network will agree for that.
Yeah, I think
I hope
Mr. Felix is back.
I hope that was helpful.
Yes, very helpful. Felix, are you back?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
can you hear us?
We'll speak from my handle now.
Okay, did you get the questions from Mbangyo?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Did you get the question that was asked by one of our speakers?
He talked about policies by Peter that really enhanced education in Anambra State. And then,
exactly.
And then I said that one of them, that if I begin to delve into curriculum and all the rest of them, will not move here. But what I want to say is that most importantly, the one major policy was handing schools back to the missionaries, which I tell you, most states were even coming to us to know how we were able to do it. Because Peter, when he handed over schools back to missionaries and voluntary agencies that previously owned them, he funded the schools, he helped them with finances, build schools, even we're paying the teachers, but they now strictly did the management and administration, which now improved discipline and performance in education in Anambra State. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, ma'am. Thank you so much for that brilliant answer. Who's there? Okay, let's go with Savik. Savik.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am, Professor, for joining us to share your experience as the commissioner when Peter was the governor of Anambra State. One thing I would just like to point out is that, we've heard a lot that Peter, while he was the governor, he had access to the senior prefects in all the schools. They had his personal contacts, they can contact him. He related to them. He had a media chat with all the students Can you kind of share that experience on what the kind of relationship that he had with the student that actually affected the performance of the student? But again, we need to understand that when students have that, they know that they have leadership that actually looks out to them, it's kind of a morale booster. I would like you to share some of that experience, when Peter was governor, the kind of relationship he had with students that actually boosted their morale, madam.
Honestly speaking, I tell you the truth, that is extremely true. That is the true situation of the thing. Peter has the contacts of most of the students, and they call him. Sometimes we'll be working, you hear them calling him, they relate with him one-on-one personally. That was what I said, that I was on my toes around the time we were working. Because these students, they will call him, tell him, we don't have teacher in this, we don't have this and that. And takes note, immediately will call me, K, this particular school, that they don't have a physics teacher. K, they don't have a mathematics teacher. K, they don't have English teacher. I said, yes. I was noting all of them. That made Peter to do a massive employment of teachers when he was governor. He employed teachers both at the secondary school and the primary school level, because these people have contacts. You see, he will always tell us, you see, I don't believe in these adults. They will tell you, Your Excellency, everything is good. Everything is all right. Everything is moving on well, while things are going bad. And that he believes in these children that will call him directly and tell him the problem they are having. If they don't give them food in the hostel, they will tell him, Your Excellency, we've not eaten breakfast today. And Peter will quickly call, okay, do you know the particular school? The students were not fed very well. And then I will now call the hostel mistress, the principal of the school, what is happening there? Some of them will even call him and say, Your Excellency, maybe our roof is leaking and all the rest. That was how we were able, apart from the action, in addition to the action research we did, some of them we are calling him. Those schools were not able to pick out that have one problem or the other, something like leaking roof, dilapidated, collapsed walls, and so on.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I do have a question.
And then we'll fix them. Yeah. So that's Peter. That is correct. Very.
Oh, thank you, sir. Can you hear me, Mr. Felix?
Hello.
Yes, can you hear us?
I'm back. You can get back to my handle. I'm back.
Okay.
There.
Yes, she's back on the space.
Yes, I'm back.
Okay, welcome back, ma'am. I have a question. Can you briefly talk about the policy? Okay, can you hear me? Okay. Yes, I was going to ask about the policy that introduced computer and ICT training. Yeah, can you hear me? Yes, welcome back, ma'am. I was going to ask about the policy that introduced computer and ICT training. I know Peter had the partnership with HP. Do you still remember how that happened and why it was necessary for him to sign that deal with HP?
Why it was necessary for him to just to give it legality. You see, the state also provided internet accesses to more than 500 secondary schools with the CEO Galaxy Bone, Mr. Ilukwe. So with that, now we had internet access to most of the computers and so on that we provided to schools, and even linked to Microsoft, most of our students were certified and so on. So you find out that it was really something wonderful for our students, because most of them became ICT compliant at that level, as at that time.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Mommy, I know you've spent a lot of time with us. I would like to indulge you because it looks like we have a lot of questions and we can get maybe a couple more minutes with you. Please tweet your questions with #VawulenceSpace. Let's go to Dr. Nasa. Hello, ma'am. How you been?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Professor K. My question is, you've touched it in some partially. You said that the school was handed over to the missionaries, and they provided some administrative and supervisory role. So my question is, what about those schools that were not under missionaries, and coupled with the fact that in a typical Nigerian school, how were you able to provide that supervisory role from maybe bottom up level of education?
Oh, wow. Well, I have said this earlier. You see, in Anambra State, you are not talking about public schools. We provided that supervisory rules. You know, there are levels of administration. You know, in schools, you have the principals, you have the teachers, you have the vice principals, you have administration at various levels. They're the overall supervisor. So, and when we provide all the things that Peter has provided to ensure that education is functional in Anambra State, I'm the overseer. I see to everything to make sure that they were done the proper way, the right way, calling the principals to order, calling the teachers to order, doing instant supervision. Like myself that time, when I was commissioner, sometimes I'll get up as early as 6 o'clock, 6 a.m. to visit schools. Just like you are talking about Peter visiting 3 states in one day. He's so much trained us that myself, I can even visit about 10 schools in a day. Move from this one to this one, supervise them to make sure. And when they hear that the commissioner is coming, is around, everybody will be, you know, all hands will be on deck. They will tighten up. And because they wouldn't know when you will come to supervise and see what they are doing, whether they are coming to school late, whether they are coming on time, whether they are attending to the class. When I come, I don't just stay in the office. So I move from classroom to classroom. And we keep doing that and then giving feedback. And you see, our teachers were devoted. And then above all, like I said, the man Peter, who is education friendly, who had made them, he has attended to their welfare, just as he attends to the welfare of pupils in the primary school, students in the secondary school and higher institution. So he does to the lecturers, the teachers, all of them, the students. So they're happy. So everybody is working. And he has provided them with what they need to be very effective as teachers and even as students. So I don't know whether I've answered you.
Yes, you did, because
Perfect answer.
I was a teacher in higher institution before I left Nigeria. So, and I know how some of the I usually go for teacher training supervision in schools, and sometimes when you get there, you will discover that some of the teachers are not actually present in school. So, and I was wondering, because Anambra State were left from bottom to up in their place. So I was trying to understand how you were actually, how you did it. And for you to be visiting unannounced, that was what put them on their toes. So because if you actually do that unannounced supervision, you will find out that most of the teachers will be guilty of like not coming to school early or something like that. So I actually understand this.
Yeah, no, because they've known they usually visit, so they're always on their toes, like you just said. So they're there.
Yeah.
These are the things that really speed them and made them to be more dedicated and committed to their jobs.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And of course, the man Peter provided us with a vehicle. All the commissioners, we had our vehicles that made mobility easy for us. Otherwise, if we hadn't functional vehicles, we wouldn't be jumping from one school to the other to check and supervise all these things by now.
Yeah, I understand.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Let's go to the illuminator.
All right. Good afternoon.
All right. Sorry, let me just jump in quickly. It's Valence. Okay, thank you. I want to appreciate all of you, but just to make a brief comment, the professor would want, if we maybe limit the question to 1 or 2 more, because we have just roughly 10 more minutes to round off this discussion, because she had other engagements to attend to. And I would like to also say, please encourage all your followers to also follow her Twitter handle. I think the handle she just opened is new for to promote what we all believe will be a very good cause for a new, better Nigeria. So those that are just listening to her can still follow her on her Twitter handle to get updates and maybe ask even more questions they may have. So we have just about 10 more minutes to round off, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Felix. Omar?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm right here.
Yeah, I think we're going to Illuminator, right? Okay, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yes.
quickly. Thank you so much. Can
Yes,
you
go
hear me?
ahead.
Loud and clear, man.
All right. Good afternoon, Professor K, Madam Professor K. I think it's a huge privilege to be on this space. I'm a person with disability, and I thank God for because we are usually not in the conversation. So I'm speaking on behalf of persons with disabilities, not just in Anambra, but what we see that happen in Anambra that will happen in Nigeria. My question is, when you were in under Peter Obi's government, what were the implementation in terms of inclusion for persons with disabilities, students with disabilities? What were those things you put in place to make education easy for them, especially blind students, people on chair, in terms of how the school is accessible and all those things? Were those things implemented? If yes, we would love to know, ma.
Sure. If you recall, now you've said it, you were in Anambra State. If you were there then, you will recall.
No, ma, I wasn't in Anambra State, ma.
Oh,
No,
you were
sorry, I
not.
didn't
Okay,
put
I
the
want
question.
to tell you, in Anambra State, there was a time that Peter Obi had, in fact, they are included though, they were given some portfolios. They work in the ministries. They work in the parastatals in Anambra State. They are being employed. That's number one. Number two, there was a time he gathered them. He provided reading aids, brailles, wheelchair, what do you call it? Oh my God, this education aids, especially this thing they're using walking, walking stick or something like that that would detect objects when they're
White cane.
Yes, the white cane, yeah. He provided all those things and they were properly distributed. They were invited at the Women Development Center and then they were packaged and they were being distributed to them during his tenure in. And these things he do from time to time, and they were so happy. They were really included. He did exclude them during his tenure in the education sector. To the best of my knowledge, as at the time I was commissioner.
Thank you so much for that.
All right, thank you so much.
Go ahead.
Should I go
Go
now?
ahead, Omar.
Can I ask the last question, please?
All right, please.
Or is there someone else on the queue?
I know Mrs. Fetch had the question.
Okay, no, let the speakers continue.
Okay,
No,
let's do back to back. Fetch, then UC Maxwell. We'll take two questions and wrap up. Fetch, then UC Maxwell. Go ahead, Fetch. 1 minute. Fetch, are you there?
Okay, I'm here. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Prof. Thank you for joining us. I know you have a very busy schedule. Prof, my question is this. In Nigerian political space, it is very rare for police. And you said that at some point you stopped serving because you had to go back to your academic to pursue for your professorship, to pursue your career path for professorship. My question is this, ma. What was it about working with Governor Peter Obi that made it possible for you to be able to, feel I have done my bit, I have served, I need to go back to my profession and build my career? Because it's very unusual, it's very rare, because it seems as if everybody that worked with Governor Peter Obi, like other states, when they finish serving in such a government as a commissioner, they now run for House of Rep or Senator or something. But there's something unique about Anambra State. All those that served with him, they went back to their professions and they went, they climbed higher in their profession. What was it about that administration, ma, or working with him that created that kind of environment? Thank you, ma.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm telling you. You see, that man, Peter Obi, is a mobilizer. He is an administrator. And I've said it before, he is an administrator par excellence. He is such a responsible and a humble man. He's a manager, he's an inventor, he's an initiator. In fact, he's an administrator. So if you work with him, you will always feel fulfilled. I tell you, each time as I'm talking to you currently, I'm a director in the Institute of Education, University of Nigeria and Nsukka. If you ask them each time I talk to them during board meetings, I will always tell you my boss, then boss said this, I learned this from him, I learned that from him, because he will carry you along, you discuss, you work as one family, you feel free. So what I want to say is that actually, and I want to say there's one unique thing about Peter. This one, that politician, in fact, he's just something exceptional. You know, these politicians, sometimes they might dissolve their executive council almost every year, or every 3 months, or every month. They'll keep changing. But Peter is such a patient man. Peter is such a person that wants to bring the best out of the person he's working with. In fact, you can't even help giving the best when you are working with Peter, because Peter is there to, you know, I don't know, well, it's a mix something. If it's in Igbo, they said that that is when somebody gives you salt to keep, he will now bring grain or water on you. Peter is not that kind of thing. If Peter gives you an assignment, he encourages you, he's supposed to do that assignment. I want to tell you, actually, he never dissolved, he dissolved his cabinet that once. And that was that time. And for me, everybody, each individual, he called us. You know what he told us when we came aboard? He told us, you people are on rescue mission on Anambra State. So we came for rescue mission, and he made it known to us from day one that it was a rescue mission. So all hands were on the deck. We were working with targets. He has his target in education. We have targets here and there to make education. Target was to make education work, because like I said, for him, for you to get any way working, any nation working, you must get the education right. He said that if there's no capacity building, if the students are not, if education is not right, that's when, if you fix that, let me now quote him, when you fix electricity with cables and all the rest of them, people will go and cut them. Cutting the cables, misusing all those things in the infrastructure you've provided. But when people are properly educated and given the right form of education, that they'll be in the right frame of mind to even protect and preserve whatever infrastructure, whatever facility, whatever thing you've provided for them. So that was why he kept saying education remains his number one priority, number two priority, number three priority, and that without education, there will be no development.
Thank you.
So that was it. So having done that, I felt I finished. Even when, let me even be honest with you, by the time I was, you know, met for one thing or the other, but because I have my vision to become a professor in life, I had to go back and then continue with my research and publications. And today, I've achieved that. So I'm available to add more to the nation, to help my country. In any capacity I can find myself, I'll be there to help my nation. So on this, what I'm saying, I'm still saying, please let everybody get his or her PVC. That is the only right we have to be able to elect or get right leadership for this, our dear, lovely nation, Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mara. Mr. Felix, do you mind one last question from Mr. Maxwell? I know she's about to leave.
Yeah, I don't know, Violence, I don't know if you can hear me. Please, I think we've had quite an interesting moment, an interesting session with Professor Onyechi, the former commissioner for Anambra, commissioner for education in Anambra State under His Excellency Peter Obi. I think we'll be we'll be calling it a day here with her so that you can continue with the session. And I appreciate you. I appreciate all the other persons that made this work. I want to also thank those that asked questions in the background. If you've listened from the beginning, you notice that this was the session was interactive and it was the emotion packed. I had been listening from just very close to her, but then I also learned one or two things. You can feel her emotion, her sincerity, and she brought even kind of personal experience to bear in some of the responses given to tell you that these were factual and these were serious things that had happened during her experience with Peter Obi in Anambra State. So, just like she concluded and said, we are all in this together. Get your PVCs, make sure you come out and vote, encourage your friends, encourage also your family members to make sure they also come out and vote. Because if we do not do that, inadvertently, we are, of course, giving out our right to those who continue to mess up Nigeria. And I believe we all want a better Nigeria, so we must make that effort for our country. Thank you very much. I think we'll be leaving at this moment so that you can continue to have the session. If you have any maybe last comments to make, you can quickly make that maybe within 1 or 2 minutes. If not, then we'll just have to leave.
Okay, look, can I say something?
Yes, go ahead. Thank you, Professor. Go ahead, Elizabeth, quick. Thank you.
All right. Mommy, I just want to say thank you for coming. I appreciate you. I know it's been difficult, given your engagement and all the rest, but this discussion will continue. This house is yours now. You can always walk in here. Mom actually expressed some, agitation, like she's shy on social media. She's new. But I told her this is a family house. This is the best place she can come. And this is the biggest, political social media platform for people. This platform is the biggest platform. We fought battles, and she was concerned about the name. I told her that the name is because we needed to fight those who were spreading bad, falsehood about P2B, and to say truth in Nigeria is violence. And it's because of that we named our space violence. It's not that we are violent, but we are violent to be bold, to say the truth, to confront those who want to destroy this country, and to stand with P2B to say enough is enough, and that we are going to take back our country. That is the violence we are talking about. It is violence to say the truth and to call spade a spade. So, Mommy, thank you for coming here. I will find time again when you are available and bring you to this space. But always know that this space is for you, and we're always loving you. So thank you, for coming. I'll follow you up, and the discussion will continue. So thank you, everyone who has listened today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Omar, any last words for her?
It is no small feat, Omar and Otumba, and everyone listening on this space, that a man gathered a bunch of people together to work on the projects of him being a governor and bringing back his states. And at the end of the day, majority of them have gone back to the business that pays them, but the results speak for themselves even till today. It's mind-blowing. And also, I am so excited. I like the way Professor K ended it, saying she's still willing to come out for service. And I just said, if when she was a doctor, she managed to do all this in Anambra, imagine all the wealth of experience she has as a professor and what they can bring to Nigeria as well. I'm so happy for Peter Obi. I'm happy for his entire team. You don't hear the political entitlement of, like someone said, after being a commissioner, you go run to become House of Rep. If you no work for him, you go begin fight the person for a local government where they run against them, and it becomes a bloodbath. But you just hear that they came, they saw, they conquered, they left, which is kind of akin to great administrations all over the world. You rarely see that saturation of the man's people in power. They're just all over the place constituting nuisance. And this is a huge plus that people don't speak about, especially when we have one particular candidate that came in 1999, left in 2007, but he has been the one dictating people that will be ruling Lagos since that time. Until today, Lagos is still a shithole. So this for me is such a huge plus. These are the kind of people we need in government, people who came to serve. They came to serve. That was the focus. And when they were done, they went back to what they originally came to this planet to do. It's just wonderful and great to hear. Thank you. I just thought I'd chip that in.
Thank you, Sizu. Omar? my brother. Back to the regular space. I think you want to take reactions. Please feel free to request the mic now. Thank you, everyone.
I want you to fail so that I can
That
rephrase you.
was
Hey, God,
those words were.
more see reverse psychology. I don't. I go walk past Peter B if he dare tell me that.
I mean, there's just something about the man. There's something very, should I say, fascinating. If you use fascinating, it's a bit underwhelming, in my opinion, because Peter Obi is a man that, in terms of what happens in traditional Nigerian politics, he comes across as a very different person. And when I say different, I don't mean different because he's clean. I don't mean different because, he just comes across as a very
Different as
available
in
guy.
rare.
Yeah, rare. You get it comes across as a very available guy, a guy that from appointing people to carrying them along and getting to be in the know of every action that they take during the course of the appointment is something that he prioritizes in the way that he handles government. So for me, I ask myself a question: for those who are preaching the gospel of teamship, you know, when you say teamship, I laugh. I laugh because I mean, imagine the captain of a ship not even knowing the trajectory of the ship at the time the ship is sailing, and then you call it the concept of
The captain of the
teamship.
ship is asleep.
Voila day.
It's hilarious, my brothers. I mean, we saw
But
the
Omar, let me also tell you something that is scary. You see, Nigeria might just have the world's next greatest leader on our hands, and I hope we don't fumble the ball. Do you know? There are some things Peter Obi does, and I liken him to Barack Obama sometimes. Then I now sit back and then I go and physically look at this man's track record, schools he has attended, academic qualifications, and I'm like, this one go beat Obama. This one, if we give this one 8 years, by the time this one is done in this world, I don't know if anybody is feeling that. That's my driving force. Like, we cannot miss this boss. It's like lining up in CMS and there's some rickety downfalls, and you get one nice downfall where they just bring out, we get AC. Baba, I go just they go back of line, they push people from back of line. I can't miss that boss. This boss, oh my God.
So that there's a very interesting football analogy that I would like to use. In USA 1994, when Nigeria qualified for its first World Cup, and we got the chance to play with the big boys at the highest level. We started the tournament very well, defeating Bulgaria by 3-0. And then in our second game, I think we defeated Greece by 2-0. Very wonderful goals, one by Finidi George and the other by Daniel Amokachi. Forgive me for making football analogies here, guys, but follow me on this journey. It's a very interesting one. And our third group game, we lost it to Claudio Caniggia-inspired Argentina. And in the second round, we lost to the Italians inspired.
Omar, you're just taking me down heartbreak lane. But continue.
Guys, now, man, they make me feel bad. So we lost the second round to the Italian-inspired Roberto Baggio. And then you look at it, when you look at them, when you listen to analysts who saw that tournament at close quarters, they'll tell you that the Nigerians seem to be looking at something bigger than their immediate opponent. The Netherlands had been the finest team in the tournament as at USA 1994. They had the likes of wonderful players like Wim Jonk and the De Boer brothers and all of these guys. They were just coming up from the Ajax Academy at the time. And the Netherlands had a thing for playing very young players at top level. So we were looking at them to play them in the quarterfinals, but we had not even gone past the second round. And we lost to the Italians. Right at the diamond, we led the game for such a long time, eventually collapsing when things went wrong. I think it was a red card to one of our players. Now, that's even by the way. When you look at France 98, we went into the tournament, first game, won 3-0. Second game, beat Bulgaria 1-0. And then the last game, we lost. I can't remember the team. I think a South American team. We lost. And then we went into the quarterfinals, hoping to play Brazil in the quarterfinals. But we're in the second round, where we're going to play Denmark. And we looked at the Danes and we were like, oh, come on, they're just, small potatoes, and we'll deal with them. And we lost 4-1. Many times in history, our nation has been close to breaking that chain of captivity. I use the football analogy because if I try to take you down the political journey, it might be a bit boring, but I'll still end you up there. We've had times in this country, transitioning processes, 1993, as a very prime example. MKO Abiola was the finest candidate on the ballot. As a Yoruba man, I have a very deep-rooted connection to the 1993 struggle. There's nothing anybody can tell me. The same way the Igbos have a very deep-rooted connection to the Biafra struggle of 1966. So these things, they go round. They go round and everybody can feel it. But when you look at how close we were at the time to having a people inspired, MKO Abiola was never a perfect man. Let's call a spade, which is what we do on this space. He was not the finest politician on the book at the time, but he was a man that the people loved and they wanted. You see, sometimes leadership can be inspired by the desire that people have for you to lead them. Sometimes you're not a natural leader. Sometimes you just get the
MK, if you're going biblically, it was Saul vibes. It had huge Saul
God
vibes.
bless
The
you.
people clamored for a leader. The heavens didn't particularly support it, but they gave them one as a prelude to a better leader coming up. It was really a lot of Saul vibes. If we had a lot of information we had now in this era, he might not have gone as far, considering that he was also in bed with the contractor.
So the mantle just fell on an MKO and he decided to push forward. To be honest, everybody knows he won that election. Let's be honest with ourselves.
Clean and clear.
He won that election. He was the first Muslim ticket that was able to fly in this country. And many people allowed it to happen at the time. Maybe because it's so great to exit military rule, but it's 2023. And a different script is playing right before us. There's still a Muslim ticket. The Fulani succeeding another Fulani ticket. And then there is a ticket of the people. This is KO 1993, my brothers. This is Peter Obi 2023. A different man with a different profile, with a different track record. A man who has been there and has done it and has proven himself at all levels.
And a town hall different from Bala Blue. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself.
Brother.
I'm sorry.
A very, very wonderful town hall that you actually see a man walking unaided, no agbada, no catheter bags, low key, no urine breaks here and there where they take him into a small room, change his catheter bag. None of that. This man just walks wearing a dark, fitted attire from head to toe, and it just looks marvelous. I've not seen anybody being so elegant.
And he was so stingy with questions at the Chatham House.
That he did not think of the concept of teamship. He hurt me with that one. Because sometimes you got to think about the team. The team is very, very important. When they ask you 5 questions, you don't answer anyone, you distribute it, equally amongst all men.
Even talk about this dressing thing you started up, because something fundamental is about to happen in Nigeria nobody's thinking about. The nation oftentimes mirrors the dress code of the president. During the Olusegun Obasanjo time, he was known for his flowing babarigas, and there was a lot of babarigas in the country. During Yaradua, he was known for simple natives, long jalabia, and it became the norm. During Goodluck Jonathan, if you remember the Niger Delta hat with the Niger Delta style of native, more like a slightly below the male crotch region, native dark color was reigning. If you remember, everybody used to dress like that. Buhari into power, and it was all Hausa hats all over the place. You see young Southwestern boys, Igbo boys, even the Ubi Franklin times will dress like that, wear a hat, white native. But now we have a candidate that wears black shirts, black trouser. And I feel once he becomes president, this will become the unofficial business wear of the entire country. Just a nation that needs to get back to work, a nation done frivolities, a nation that literally is in mourning for how much we have been plundered and how much we, the electorate, allowed us to be fucked in the ass for several decades. So I co-sign this is black on black, and I hope Nigerians accept it and we face it at least for the next 8 years till we find the right to politically wear colors white on white and barbarigas, we can those back. Because for the longest time, I've wondered who does any serious work in Barbariga. I wear them to weddings, and that is the least serious attire ever. But we have politicians, we have national servants wearing these ridiculous outfits all in the name of native. And I think as a nation needs to get back to work. I've also seen Yusuf Dati. You see his northern attire. It is a very simple, straight flowing native, and you can see that men are ready to work. I don't know if anybody sees that fashion thing. That's why I had to take it a bit through
Get it, my brother.
Black is the
Black is the new black, and you know, from from a nation of mourning the nation all the way into its joy and into its happiness. I think that is what that black represents for me. And for those who are thinking, oh, why is he wearing black? You know what? The nation is in tears. When you look at the economy, when you look at the security situation, Nigeria is crying, bleeding from every part of its body. But the only thing we can do, and
you
we've
go like
heard,
wear Gucci, made a dress like Pastor
we've
Toby.
heard he say this before. If you remember one channel's interview that he had, he said, we have to stop the bleeding. What do you do when you bleed? You cry. Nigeria is crying because it's bleeding. If you're going to bleed the nation to death, we might as well just get away from our political discussion completely, which is what we're trying to do to the old guards. I was having a conversation with someone this afternoon, and it's a Southwesterner. He's in far away Canada, and we were having and it was like, you know, this Peter Obi guy, are you not worried? He was speaking to me in pure Yoruba, like, this is my guy. And I was like, what do you, this guy becomes, and he becomes president and he divides Nigeria. And I'm like, guy, you're studying in a Canadian institution. You're very intelligent, I thought. But now I feel very disappointed. Because have you ever read the Constitution? Do you even understand how this nation is, erected as an entity in the first place? You don't know. There is no room for division in our Constitution. It's not there. This is a man that signifies unity even without being president yet. We have people on this platform right now who are Yorubas, Hausas, Fulanis, Igbos, Christians, Northern Christians, Southern Muslims. All of these people, we have them there. And there is a man that is trying to play the ethno-religious card. And the best he could do was to come up with this.
I want to be live in a certain regime. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of our Lord
And Savior Jesus Christ.
My guy, don't do it.
Omar, there's another one. There's another one where they had to lead him on the chant because he could not even pronounce it properly. And they corrected him like
please,
twice.
can you
Let me
play
find it out.
or
Let me
send
find
it to
out.
me, please?
But,
If you can find
I
it.
just wanted to say something about. I think I've listened to a lot of commissioners that work on there. I think from Professor Stella. And there's one common theme, if you notice, none of them talk like politicians. Have you noticed that? Like, none of the commissioners that serve that.
They don't have the usual
Yes,
rhetoric.
it's not the same.
Let me be honest with you.
She didn't even mention the Labour Party once.
Guys, I'm sorry, but today showed me how used to politicians have become over the last 8 months. Like, I was like, Madam, you're boring me. Give me the right political answers. We're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're doing this. And she's not saying that. She's just being honest as a regular Nigerian. Just telling you what they did. She did not tell you what they didn't do. She did not come here to speak with wonderful eloquence and be like, Peter Obi is going to take Nigeria to the level of the American education.
Omar, she didn't even start with, how they start with their amiable governor. Then they will go on the soliloquy of,
His Excellency,
long-winded,
accurate timekeeper, panel of judges,
and then talk about how he's the best thing since sliced bread, he's the greatest thing ever, he's their leader. She didn't even call him leader. She called him Peter. That's the future we want, and that's
getting the right people to do the job.
And it's about time Nigeria has been formality to governance. It was one of the biggest problems I faced when I came back home. I got so used to calling my CEOs by their first name. I just they enter Gobe left and right till I now learned after about 2 years to add Ogafemi, Bros Ayo, this or that. The prefix
and
had
that
to
kind
come.
of creates a flow.
Yes, and I think we need to get back to that so that even because already when you start to bros, Oga, sir, please, the person already gets a superiority complex and no job gets done. You don't have that synergy between head and subordinates where even at level you say things to the head they will learn. Also, she talked about something that was very, very funny to me. Imagine a president. You are the Omar, you are talking about the minister of power. Just imagine this. You are the minister of education, and the president of Nigeria gives his phone number to every single head boy in every single secondary school in the country.
I will request a private meeting, and this is how it will go. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, I have notes. Let me say I'm a Yoruba man. Let me speak with a Yoruba accent. Excuse me, sir. I have when I went back to school the other day, I came across my students and they were looking at me as, even when I went to the Ministry of Education meeting, they were having this view of me like I've lost control. So I've come here to ask you what exactly is going on, because my people are telling me at grassroots level that head boys from all of the school, they have your number. Is it that they are testing you or something? And it's like, well, what I've told them is that you people have to do your job, and you have to do your job, and when you are not doing your job, they can report directly to me. And I'm like, okay, sir, excuse me, you see, this thing that
You know they carry me, they go, I don't know.
Okay, there are ways things to work before you came here.
Okay, imagine where you're the Minister of Education. First text message, fence don't break for University Girls Secondary School, Kafanchan, Kaduna State. Second text message, generator don't spoil for Boys Methodist School, Ilori. Fourth text message, there is no mathematics teacher in one Chibok Inner Land School, Bornu. They don't give you helicopter. You know if he talks.
The first call I'm going to make if I'm not at home is to my wife. If I'm at home, I will go directly to my wife and I'll be like, my love, things have changed. We're going to have a serious problem. You see, the job they've given me now, I have a boss that requires optimum performance. And you see, optimum performance is something that I struggle with. 100%
she married if you do boy. You go down on 3 months before you see house.
Yeah.
You'll be bathing once every 4 days.
Let's take Mazi real quick.
No, people go resign in that cabinet.
All right,
Sorry.
all
We'll
right.
We'll come back to Chatham House topic, but let's take Mazi. Mazi, thank you for joining us.
Yes,
Mazi,
please.
go ahead, sir.
Thank you, guys. You guys cracked me up with that last bit of it. Sadly, I couldn't speak to Eok now because I had wanted to ask her a question. She's a woman I met in 2007. Sitting down here listening to her, and I can relate to every single word that she uttered. She was a woman that really worked hard. And how did I come to meet her in that time and also meet His Excellency? Our paths crossed, and that's the only reason I came on this on Twitter space. It has to do with education. I recall during the time of Dr. Chris Ngige as the governor of Anambra State, while jogging in my community in 2004, a community secondary school in my community, that is the community secondary school Lezinifte. If you go to my page, you will see a pin message there. That looked like, a school in Afghanistan, destroyed, no roof, nothing. So I wrote a petition to Ngige. Long story short, they sent cameramen. 2 years down the line, nothing happened. In 2007, I mobilized then a resident in Germany with a couple of my friends. We came down amidst the, oh, you're going to be kidnapped. Don't come to Nigeria. That was at the height of Oyibo being kidnapped in South region. But there we are, 8 weeks in that area to rebuild that school that was damaged. Now, on one Saturday, we gone to traditional wedding, and there walked in a governor, Mr. Peter Obi. We sat where we sat, and sensing the two Germans, two of my friends, classmates as well, who sat beside me, someone came to me and asked, what are these people doing there? I said, well, we came to renovate schools here. There came the governor to me, said, how come you people are doing this in my own state and I'm not aware? I said, well, we didn't come for you to be aware. We are doing what we considered right because this school is kaput. He said, please, could you allow me? Now, that's the governor speaking to me now. Could you allow me commission this school when it is finished? At that point, I haven't met him before, things online about him, no interest in meeting him. But when he said that, it struck a chord. I said, well, fine. I mean, I had, my thinking then was, we are not going to spend any kobo, and I meant it, to organize any form of funfair because I never believed in all these commissioning of stuff. And on that, he promised to come. That's how this Professor K. Onyechi, then Dr. K. Onyechi, came in. The day of commissioning, I insisted not a dime must be spent because if my community had money to spend to host a governor, they should have used that money to rebuild these schools. People did whatever they did there pro bono. The guys that played music, the guys that brought canopy, pro bono. Nobody was paid because I insisted if you had that money, you must have used it to build the school. But since that didn't happen, now 26th of December 2007, the governor walked in that day, drove in, no siren, came in, commissioned the school. In this jumbotron is a video to that link where he commissioned that school. So what am I trying to say here? Now, there is something he said then, and I could not forget that. That became my quotable quote. The children you abuse today will take their toll. Or rather, the society you abuse today will take its toll on us. Now, since 2007, and here we are in 2023, many years later, that quote still rings bell because we keep abusing and we keep abusing the society and these children. However, what he has done is he called me by the side and said, Mazi, how much did this school cost in rebuilding? I told him. He looked at me, said, are you serious? Said yes. What happened? And that doctor was here to still confirm, because what then happened is when contract is now given to you, that school that we built became a point of reference. We want to do every single community in that state of Anambra to have that same type of school that was built there, became a model school or a model way of renovating, because as of 2007 in a period, someone went around all the secondary school in our state and destroyed them. No one did, but it is a culture of not caring. Actually, people doing things as where nobody cared, and everybody had more interest in seeing um, you know basically wasting fun. But there you are, had in the day of commissioning. I never met the commissioner of education until the day they came to commission the school. There she was, came with the governor, commissioned that school. The only reason why I learned later he came was in order to encourage others to say, rather than only complain, if things are not going right in your community, if you have the means, or if you can reach out to people who can, please go ahead. Afterwards, he tried to institute what he called counterpart funding, where communities could get some funds and government can match them, and they do the schools in their community. It didn't entirely work because obviously that concept was alien to the people. But what he then did was to now go on the second phase of renovating schools in each community, giving the community directly the money too, which my community eventually also got theirs. The school that was rebuilt didn't deny the community access to getting their fund. And that then made Anambra State to be that schools that had no roof before he became governor. Every single community, 177 community in that state, got at least minimum of one classroom block renovated. Now, let's move fast forward. Had those that came after him continued in that trajectory, where funding majorly came from UBEC. You know, UBEC, you can match some fund. Say you want UBEC to give you 1 billion, you match them with 1 billion. Inadvertently, what it means is you are getting actually 2 billion. So because he's a man who believes so much in education, he put in money there and got more money out through UBEC. So there was no magic that he did. Most of these things are also in today's world, in today's Nigeria. You can still go back and find out there are states that have not accessed their UBEC funding in the last couple of years, 3, 4, 5 years. Why? Because they have not provided the counterpoint funding. Yet these states prefer to buy convoys with sirens and run people out, out of the street. Bottom line is, you go back again, like the professor was speaking, how she met His Excellency Mr. Pitobi. Then when I come back and I say how I actually met him was because it was only through education, and since that time, a friendship ensured, and we've been in contact up to this point. And again, after doing that, building schools, you see one thing again in Nigeria. When many people were saying, okay, because you now are a friend to him, go back, now go and start doing contract and start building schools. That didn't happen. Just like this professor will tell you. She was the commissioner of education and she's not a contractor. These are clear lines that must be demarcated. And these are lines that, that are blurred in today's Nigeria, where corruption takes precedence, where, oh, because you know this individual, you have nothing to do with contracting, or you have nothing, no idea about building, somebody gives you then that contract, then you see things began to go from bad to worse. But here she is, after serving P2B, she went back to her job. Many of us, after doing what we did for our state, of course, you moved on. You go back to to whatever was paying you before you did that job, and that same is going to be the same. Is going to be the case come 2023, February 25th, when he will, in the glare of all the world, become the next president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. On this note, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mazi. Omar?
Hello.
Yes.
Omar, are you
Yes.
there?
Yes, I'm
I
here.
just wanted to give a few. You see, we've spoken a lot about Professor K, but I want to remind us in the Church of Violence that General Muhammadu Buhari remains president of Nigeria, and the damage to this country has not stopped. Let me take you guys in the Church of Violence, male and female, Nigerian and non-Nigerian, to the book of Google very quickly. We have problem on our hands while we are still trying to get Peter Obi into power. The first problem is what is happening in Kano State. While the governor is gallivanting with Bola Ahmed Tinubu on the APC campaign trail, no fewer than 25 persons in Kano State have died from a disease that is not seen anywhere in civilized society anymore due to immunization. The disease is called diphtheria. Diphtheria. And this is breaking news today. Now, Kano Commissioner for Health, Dr. Aminu Shanyawa, confirmed the outbreak of the deadly diphtheria disease in the state. Now, the symptoms, according to medical experts, included sore throat, cough, drooling of saliva, change of voice, neck swelling, abnormal breathing, and mouth odor. So, as we speak, please let's not forget the good people in Kano. If you're in Kano right now, be very careful. I hear there's an epidemic going around that has killed at least 25 people. It's called diphtheria. And if you're in the medical profession, please, I wouldn't mind if you could break down this diphtheria illness or whatever it is, And, please help us explain further and what is really going on. I hear it is highly, highly, contagious, and it is now rare in developed countries owing to immunization. That is the number one problem that is frightening me. The number two scary thing that just happened is that the level of violence that has been initiated in these elections has gone beyond mouth and talk. It has now entered bomb. A bomb was thrown at the APC rally in Rivers State in Port Harcourt. I know we'll be saying, oh yeah, good for them, they deserve it, or this will be something to laugh and jeer about, but it's also something to take very, very seriously. If we calculate that as Labour Party, we are one of the most abused physically in this election. Now, the third thing that was very worrisome, Sahara reporters released a video this week that nobody seems to be talking about. This video is a video that is clearly created to scare the obedience. A young man was stopped on the road wearing a t-shirt that was not Peter Obi on the t-shirt. It was a random person, but this same young man, he was shot, his car was shot, and they said, oh, Peter Obi, what has he done for you? That video, Sahara reporters, if the DSS is serious, should be compelled to tell us where they got that video from and who sent it to them. I think it's a very, very devious video to put out during this season. Last but not the least, or I don't know, let me just throw this out there. Last but not the least, 300 this is the news that broke my heart. So that when they tell you that they did infrastructure, you have to ask them, did they do the infrastructure that matters to the average Nigerian? All right. Now, a Federal Road Safety Corps has disclosed that a total of 324 people died and 1,706 people sustained various degrees of injury in road crashes in Kogi State alone. All right, in Kogi State alone, and this from January to December 2022. From January to December 2022, the FRSC, Federal Road Safety Corps, recorded a total number of 458 road crashes in Kogi State alone. 458 road crashes in Kogi State. 324 people died. 1,706 people died. But tomorrow, Fashola will tell you that they built road here, they built road there, but they don't go to where roads matter and where statistics show they should go and fucking fix, because Nigerians are dying. Nigerians are dying on that Kogi road, and they've been dying there for years. The road is so bad. There are several communities there that have robbers that come and rob people. That road, if you go by Lagos to Abuja, that's one of the scariest roads in this country. These are just 4 things that is going on in Nigeria right now while we sleep. One more time, I'll reiterate. Diphtheria has killed 25 people in Kano. Please, we need a medical personnel to tell us more about that. 324 people have died, while 1,706 people have been injured in Kogi State alone between January to December 2022. There was an explosion at an APC rally, and I am worried because with the level at which APC and PDP have been fighting each other, to start putting bomb and bringing bomb to rally is not something we seriously condemn right here as obedience. I yield. God bless you all, please.
Thank you, Suzu. Thank you, Suzu. Omar, you want to take speakers now?
Yeah, we can take speakers now. I mean, we have UC Maxwell. Are you available?
Yes, I am, Omar. Okay. Good afternoon, Saddam, Cizo. Good afternoon, Omar. Good afternoon. A pleasurable afternoon to everybody on the space. I've enjoyed the conversation so far, and it's been a pleasure. Some of these questions that are being asked, it's not because of we don't know them, or some of us don't know them. But what is pleasurable is when you hear a person who was part of the governance telling you the true experience of how it was. And just like you guys, like my brains were busted when this woman said that Peter Obi openly told her, I'm waiting for you to fail so that I can remove you and put somebody else. I would always say that one of the qualities of being a good leader is acknowledging your power to hire and to fire. if you don't acknowledge that power and you don't know how to use it, there will be a problem. Because people who are able to use that power very well, even if they are bad leaders, they end up bringing effect. Even if they don't know the job, they end up making effect. Because a person like Muhammad Buhari, if he is very, very reasonable to use that power, would have known the necessary people to remove from his governance. All this while, to make sure that things go on fine, even if he does not have ideas in all these sectors. So, and I see a woman who was passionate as a result of what her boss told her. That is one thing to also note. How many people will be passionate to work in governance by virtue of the attitude, character of their bosses? And Peter Obi represents all these things. There was a question I was going to ask. Unfortunately, I was not able to ask her because I wanted to ask, considering education now, currently in Nigeria, it is a very big issue. I would have loved to ask her if there were any laws. Of course, I would always come from this angle that there's policy making from the executive arm of governance and there's lawmaking. If there were any laws through the House of Assembly, which he was able to foster or probably link up with other parastatals to see that education thrived in the states. Because today in education sector we have a lot of problems, and currently government institutions are hiking their fees. I've said this time and time again, and again it is a protest against it. Of course, a school that has increased its school fees from 25,000 to 120,000. That's over 300%. A federal university in Nigeria, University of Maiduguri, University of Nigeria, and Sukada, we are talking about President, I'm already calling him President, Peter Obi's alma mater. So these are very, very legitimate questions. Because when we hear it from her, some people who are not convinced, it would prick their hearts. And there are a lot of things, Look at Peter Obi's performance at Chatham House. It was I was like, I did watch live video, I know did the venue, I did clap. I was putting my hand on my head, I was saying, wow. Like, and when I heard Kwankwaso talking about how he couldn't join because of Labour Party was more, or the candidate was more regional, and him and his party were national, I was looking at this young man and I was like, what sense of ego still envelops this man at this point in time? With everything that Peter Obi have said, everything he has shown, his composure, even when being attacked by a question, because I see that question as an attack, his composure to actually answer the question and deal with it properly. It goes to show a lot. Not only in Nigeria, his messages are being accepted worldwide. Peter Obi has a different message, has a different perspective, has a different way of solving issues. And I like to say, Peter Obi is experienced in all areas. I don't know what you think, but he's experienced in all areas. Peter Obi is a jack of all trade, master of most. Like, he owns mastership in most of the areas he speaks about. And it goes to show you that if he puts you to work and you are not functional in that area, for a person that has an idea, he would know what to tell you to do or to remove you. So it gladdens my heart. I am proud that this kind of space was held, and a lot of people, if we can keep on bringing people who are part of the governance. And I want to say something for those who probably who desire to hold political offices. There's nothing bad, I'm rounding up, there's nothing bad in desiring political offices. But I want to say this: how much have you built yourself, your account? These are people who worked in governance with Peter Obi and they had something to fall back to, not craving seats in the House of Assembly, in the House of Reps, in the Senate, in governance and the rest, because they knew that we need both the private and the public sector to affect governance. And it's very important. Worldwide, private sectors affect governance even more than the public sectors. So these are really this is an eye opener to each and every one of us, and I'm proud that this woman came out here and opened her heart as much as she could. Thank you very much, and kudos for all the good job that you guys keep doing. I greet you all obedience. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Yusuf Maxwell. Thank you so much. Let's go to Ibuka. 5 minutes. How you doing, Ibuka?
Otumba, mommy, I do very interesting interview. You know that this Peter picked technocrats as his commissioner. Not this one that will go and pick like Mohammed, pick all those old men. I don't understand them. Technocrats, people that knew what they were doing. You understand? So I was really impressed with the interview. Let me stick to the topic. Chatham House masterclass. This week, I was proud to be supporting Peter. So there were a lot of people, even in my workplace, that were just indifferent. In short, when they saw that interview, one of them told me he had to watch it again today. When he taps that table, that is when I know that this man was. If an Igbo man is talking to you and he bangs the table, that's the end. He's serious. He means it. He did it with anger. That this must work. So that Chatham House was a master class. I was really happy about it. And I just wanted us to just talk about it throughout this week with the rally. Short, this week has been a good week for us, no issues. And our enemies are fighting each other, calling themselves thief, who stole pass, this one is a thief, that one is a thief, scattering each other. You understand? Whatever. I said it. What PDP said about APC is correct. What APC said about PDP is correct. What PDP said about itself is a lie. What APC said about itself is a lie. So let them be arguing, fighting. They should fight more. I have told them Atiku he has more debt on Tinubu. He should bring it out. This is time for opening of Nyash. Open Nyash, make we see what they happen. He's bringing more debt. You understand? So for me, it's just cruise mode, selling my price. It's so easy to sell. And I'm also happy that I'm almost winning another Amoda back to this movement, because most of these people, especially in offline level, they just support him because they feel it's a fight between Yoruba and Igbo, and they just want to support their brother. So speaking to these people, even with the fuel crisis and everything, most of them will now understand. So I'm just so happy this week, Otumba, like na cruise mode where I did like this. More of this, Peter. And the rally, we are already shocking them in the north. They're no longer talking again. You know, when they said he's not known in the north. So it seems like we flew some people from the south with helicopter to Niger State and Kaduna State. Maybe that's what we are seeing, because all the people there, maybe they are from. We went to Niger Republic to bring some people, because I don't know if Kaduna State and Niger State are not in the north. You know, Niger State came to meet him today because we're like, you've been talking about our state too much. It's like you love our state. We want to show you love, because I am so sure that the first place Peter will visit when he's sworn in May 29th is Niger State, and I will go and buy land there, because I will not be seeing where there's development and now do like I don't know what I'm not seeing in good investment. So I'm advising people, go and buy land in Niger State too, because things are about to happen. Thank you and God bless you.
Yeah, so me safe go follow my land. Thank you so much, Ibuka. Savik, my brother, how you doing today?
Thank you, Tumba. Thank you, Oman and Sis. Actually, I want to give a shout out to our Niger folks. Lamin, I don't know Lamin is here, whether Lamin is here. What is happening in Niger right now is unbelievable, right? And I think they got the message. Just picking up from what Obika said, I think they got the message that Niger, if there is one state that has been, put on the spotlight on this campaign, is actually Niger State, because Peter has made Niger State a kind of a stump speech for him every state he's visited. So, and I think they responded today. They responded. The turnout, the enthusiasm, the momentum, the joy, the love in the air is just unbelievable. So thank you so much, and it's good because we are going to ride this momentum all through the north. Tomorrow is going to be Plateau State, so the momentum is there. What happened in Chatham House, it is something more than a master class. It's about announcing Nigeria to the global stage. That's what Peter did, right? Peter went in there and actually showcased what you can get from Nigeria, because when you move outside Nigeria, what you get is lukewarmness, people that are not, because of the kind of leaders that we've gotten, from the current President Muhammad Buhari. Muhammadu Buhari actually, confessed that Donald Trump asked him whether he was killing Christians in Nigeria. Why, not even whether, why are you killing Christians? So there's been this backlash, because of this current government. But what Peter did in that Chatham House is he wiped off all those, right? He actually showcased to the world that Nigeria is more than what you guys see. We have intelligent people. We have people, that can actually take Africa from where it is right now, to a higher level. And that actually, because of that performance, that's actually what I think necessitated the interview with Sky News. Before you get a chance to get interviewed by Sky News, which is actually the darling of the British press, you know what it means. And with that Sky News, what they said there is that he came from nowhere and became the front runner. Sky News cannot actually, tag you as a front runner in Nigerian politics if they don't have all the data to actually back it up. So, guys, this is momentum that is building here, right? Peter, this is his election to lose. This is obedience election to lose. So Chatham House is something that I think kind of eclipses every single thing that Peter has done. I'm not saying that he has not done excellently well, but that masterclass there is projecting the right attitude, the right positivity, the right intention, the right every single thing good about Nigeria, right? And the world is seeing that if this guy actually, takes the center stage as the president of Nigeria, Nigeria is going to be great. Look at the answer that he gave to that Sky News journalist. They asked Peter, what do you think that the UK stand to gain if you become the president of Nigeria? Why should UK care about Nigeria election? Do you know what he answered? Very intelligent answer. He said, Nigeria has over 200 million people. And if the economy of Nigeria works, it is a big market for the UK, and which is good. And the UK right now, their economy is suffering. They visited the European Union. They need the Commonwealth. They need the Commonwealth nations to be able to help them out. And this is what we need in a leader. We need someone that can think with his brain, like the speed of a light. That's what we need. Someone that you can throw into the war stage. He is not afraid to enter into the boardroom. He's not afraid to enter into the room with other world leaders and hold his own and to be intellectually effective. That's what we need, and that's what Peter brings to the table, right? Let's leave the shenanigans that is going on in Nigeria, but look at the war stage. What can any of these candidates offer in the war stage? Can you have intellectual discussion with the new Prime Minister of Britain, the Indian guy that has attended one of the best schools in the world? Peter has that resume. He has been in the boardroom. He has attended the best schools in the world. He has run businesses both in Nigeria and outside Nigeria. So he has ticked all the whole boxes. So he's walking into that room with all the other global leaders, and he's standing his ground. He's rooting for Nigeria, and he's representing us well. That is what a president should be. And so that Chatham House is not something that I can say is masterclass alone. It's actually projecting Nigeria and telling the world Nigeria is going to be back. Nigeria is going to be back. And so let's ride this momentum. This is our election to lose. Even the opponents, right? They are even afraid, because for a Sky News to paint you as the front runner in this election, they have their data points. All of them, they have their data points. They can't just make that pronouncement. They have their data points. So let's continue to walk. Let's continue to push. All our northern brothers that are doing excellently, what you guys have been doing, we are seeing it. We saw what happened in Kaduna. We are seeing what is happening in Niger State today. And again, tomorrow, Plateau State is going to be the bomb. So let's keep the momentum going. Let's keep discussing the good things about Peter. Let's not allow these guys that come with all this bigotry, all this ethnic jingoism to come and distract us. Let's continue to preach because If they are not talking about us, they don't have anything to talk about. So let's not fall into their bait. They are actually baiting us, and we don't need to fall into their bait. What we need to do is to actually amplify all the positive things that Peter is doing. Amplify it, because we're actually on the home run. We are the last round. So what we need to do now is cover every single space with everything positive about Peter. In your Facebook, in your WhatsApp, in your TikTok, in your Snapchat, every single place, cover it with every single positive things about Peter. There are very beautiful videos, very beautiful pictures coming out of Niger State today. Flood everywhere with them. Shock them. Do not give them any. Don't pay attention to their spaces. Don't pay attention to their fake news. BBC just reported a few days ago that some influencers have been paid to misinform people, to carry fake news. Don't pay attention to them. Flood every single where with everything positive about Obi. That's what we need right now. We need to ride on this momentum. We need to keep on this momentum, because look, this election is choking them. They can't breathe. They cannot breathe. That's the simple truth. That Sky News interview is it's choking them. They know. For an international media to kind of project you as the front runner, it is something big. Let's ride on it, guys. Thank you so much, Otumba. I've seen your hand, and I'm running up here and I yield the mic. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Out of the vibrant chaos of Nigeria's elections, a new name is emerging in African politics. Peter Obi has gone from long shot to front runner in just a few months. Sky News. Here in London to rally support, he told Sky News he wants to save his country.
Everybody can see, especially the youth, can see that something is wrong. And we're saying we want to change the situation. The country cannot continue on this trajectory that leading to nowhere.
What would you as president do for relations with Britain? And why should British people care about an election in Nigeria, do you think?
Because it's important to them. We have 200 million people, which, if the economy changed today, is a huge market for Britain. It is critical for them. As Britain exits European Union, they need Commonwealth members.
Even on the doorstep of a London think tank, he draws a crowd, seen by his supporters as a break with the past.
I think he is the right person for the right job at the right time. And this is the right time. We need this to go right.
He understands the problem, and he knows that the youth are the future of the country, and he's taking advantage of that.
But the challenges in Africa's most populous country are enormous. Rampant inflation, soaring unemployment, and endemic corruption. Insurgencies and jihadist uprisings have brought widespread violence. Observers say the country desperately needs new direction.
I'm afraid it's in quite a mess. There's a sense of paralysis almost in Nigeria. I do think that a fresh voice, somebody coming in with new ideas, could make that difference. And that matters to the UK.
All I want to do is dance.
He is taking on Nigeria's big established parties. But Peter Obi's campaign is gathering momentum, hoping that'll be enough to win control of Africa's biggest democracy when it goes to the polls next month. Dominic Waghorn, Sky News.
Thank you. Oh man, I can just imagine when they played Tinubu's clip, and I think BBC, they were very petty with that, and it was necessary when he said all he wants to do is just dance.
Honestly,
which is very symbolic of the times we're in. Let's go to a lady now. Let's take Marianne. Marianne, go ahead.
Hi guys. Hello everyone. Good evening. I thought you guys would. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Marianne.
Yeah, I thought you won't get to the
Yes, we can.
basketball
Good evening, my
period.
dear. Continue.
Yeah, I want to start by saying I enjoyed what the former commissioners, what she shared, her experiences and everything. It further goes to show how much Peter Obi is a wonderful leader. And I also noticed, when she was talking, she was just saying Peter, there was no His Excellency. Yeah, just like I don't know who also observed that. Like, it just showed that they were like a family. Though everybody went about doing what they were supposed to do, they still had this whole communication that was more like, you can meet me up and talk to me at any time, and without all those protocols, which is very, very great. And yeah, so I also want to like talk about I want to talk about several things. I don't even know where to start from. I think I'll start by talking about his outing also at Chatham House. Especially that answer when he was asked what was in for Britain, if Britain should care, why should they care, and everything. I just imagined if he was like every other leader that has been, that is on this race, and then he just said, we need aid, we need Britain to come in and help us. But no, because this is not who he is, like, and for the former commissioner, I forgot that, like the former commissioner, the British commissioner that spoke and said, he has new ideas and they love that. That gives me great sense of hope, you know and yes, and I also want to talk about there's this woman Najatu. I've forgotten her second name. She was on Arise TV. I don't know if we watched that. Hello, I hope I'm still
Yes,
communicating.
yeah, you go ahead.
Yeah, so she was like she's an activist, so she was like trying to and she's also an APC member, so she was trying to criticize um um National Intelligence Agency, NIA, that what was going on with it and everything. Yeah. And then there's something she was saying, like she said the person that was made, was it the director or something like that? Was it the president? That he failed 3 times at his promotion exams. So, like, and then now I tried to like put it, side by side with how Peter Obi went about, getting people he worked with. So because she said she never met him, he heard about her maybe from recommendations. He did his own background check, and then he felt, okay, this is for somebody I could work with. And then when you look at how things are done right now, somebody failed exams 3 times, and you still felt the need to make him like the head of a part. So what were you like aiming? What were you aiming at? What were you thinking would happen? I know, okay, some people might want to say failing exam 3 times doesn't mean that you are not intelligent, but come on, like I don't know how to put it. I'm not saying that some other factors aside one not being intelligent could make one fail exams, but like I don't know. For me, it should be about, how will I put it? It should be about, when it comes to leadership, you should consider there are other people too. It mustn't be that person. But as we know it, it's not all about, being good at a particular thing in Nigeria with this present government pattern. Is about who who is, rooting for you and all of that. And then before I leave the mic, I want to say something. I don't know. I know, okay, this space, other people supporting other candidates are here. Okay. So I want to like speak to your conscience. Please, how would you want someone, like there's this campaign, I don't know, I don't follow APC, I don't care. So there's this campaign they did, and I saw a clip where Governor Simon Lalong, whose state has, I don't even know how to put, because I'm currently in his state. And I don't even want to talk about that one, because God knows that Plateau people are tired. They are just waiting for him to just pack his things. Like they don't even know what to do with the man. It's just that. So they are just waiting for this 2023 election to come. So this man was saying that it's his turn, it's Bat's turn to chop, that if you chop alone, you die alone. And he did not chop alone. He is his turn to chop. Chop what? Like, can you speak to yourself, to your conscience, and say, if okay, let's take for instance, if bat is chopping, like you feel it will get to you, I don't even know. And even if it will get to you, like is that how selfish you can be? Why not think about getting to a lot of people, to a lot of Nigerians for things to be better? You understand? So I'm speaking to those people, please. Like, let your conscience guide you. You understand? Let your conscience guide you, because this thing we are going to, in fact, 8 years is not, it's not 8 years, because what I'm seeing here is after Tinubu, it will be Shetima. So it's not 8 years. What I'm seeing here is like only God knows when. So please let your conscience speak to you. And then the last thing I will say before leaving the mic, sorry, Plateau State tomorrow, P2B is going to come, and then you guys will see, because I tweeted, I think I commented under a tweet about how bigger love Plateau State has for Peter Obi, and everybody was like, Edo and Enugu and all of that. Yeah, but Plateau people, they know they use PO joke. Like, we don't use him to play at all. So tomorrow is gonna be the mother of all campaign rallies. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Thank you so much. Omar, I found your favorite clip of Alhamdulillah. 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 Yeah, that was it.
So are we going to have a minister for religious affairs?
So now hype man, you go get hype man. Now hype man be that to be shanked them.
Or special assistant on clarification issues.
Sorry, Omar, sorry. Before I step down the stage, please, I have a doctor. I know he's on this space. I invited him. So I don't know. He said he requested. So he that he will talk about the diphtheria thing. I'm also in the medical field, but it's more. So I don't know.
What's his handle? What's his name? You can send his DM or bring him up later.
His name is. Okay, I should send
Yeah,
to
just
who?
send it to the host. I'll talk to him later. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Omar, you know how back in the days in the kingdom they used to have a chief taster and all that. I think we're gonna need the chief translator. God forbid bad thing.
Yes, minister for the special assistant on clarification issues. Yes, I think I've been able to create that office, and I think it sounds like a very marketable one. Let's go to our next speaker. I don't know who you have on the queue, Otumba. All right, Chimeze, good evening. How are you doing?
Thank you very much, Omar. I'm fine. Sizu, thank you. I see you, Otumba, and I see Prof. Saddam on the queue too. It's a very wonderful day. What happened today in Niger State is heartwarming, and let us continue in this build-up. The momentum is getting higher and higher, and we cannot thank God enough, for bringing somebody like Peter Obi into this limelight. Imagine if his guy wasn't part of this equation, would have been in a comparison of either sniper or otapiapia in these 2023 elections. Thank goodness for Peter Obi being bold enough to step up. The momentum of the Chatham House cracker is what we are taking into this election. I believe, and I stand here to be corrected, I know that a lot of people, this Chatham House experience, this Chatham House blazing performance has changed a lot of minds. A lot of people who, even though I believe that there are no fences in this election, but Chatham House has indeed made their decisions resolute right now. Just like Savik said, the most important part of that Chatham House was the Sky News. Like Savik said, the British press don't play with Sky News. And you can see ingenuity in Peter Obi. They asked him a very important question. Maybe if it was Bala Blue, he would have shared that question. He probably would have entered there with Abike Dabiri or El Rufai to answer that particular question. But imagine the way Peter Obi answered it. He threw it back to them. He knew that this is a man who has lived in the UK. He knows that the UK is kind of suffering now economically. There has been a lot of strikes and all of that. So he threw back that question to them to say, look, if Nigeria is working with its very high population, it will be a very good market for the UK, who, as at now, have exited the EU, so they are like loners. They are suffering economically. So this is a very smart question, a very fast answer. You can see someone who would take Nigeria on that bargaining table with other world leaders and bring back something useful to the country. Not somebody who go to United Nations and say, gentlemen of the world, this is a town hall that is different from Balablu, and bring Nigeria to scorn and laughter. So Plateau State will be another blockbuster tomorrow. I believe it's going to be well. Peter Obi is the only option, like Kenneth Okonkwo keeps putting it. He is the only option. Lastly, let me also remind Nigerians that you can see what APC and PDP, the monsters with two heads, PDAPC, are doing. Look at them washing their dirty linens in public. Look at them exposing criminal and unprecedented revelations to the Nigerian people. These two monsters must be stopped. They would not have any issue. We are not going to have, just like Dino Malai said, a Pablo Escobar in Aso Rock. Neither are we going to have an Osama bin Laden in Aso Rock. We're also not going to have SPV, all the way through Aso Rock. He's even so bold now to tell us that those who are supporting PDP must ensure that they win their polling units, and that is the only way that you are able to get contracts. You're probably going to get appointments. This is a shameless man that has proven OBJ's attestation of him time and again, and he's so shameless this time. They are all desperate right now. We are taking away that narrative from them. We have taken it away on social media. We are on ground. We will snuff them. We will make them not breathe. So obedience, continue to encourage your words. Let us continue to win souls to this obedient movement. Nigeria will be great again. We all do this. Remember, guys, like, just like Omar will always say, we do this for God and for country. Nigeria will be great again. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Emize. Let me take a new cue. Omar, do you want to say something? Oh. Okay.
Oh no, just keep it rolling,
Okay.
Otumba.
Let me take a new cue. I'll take a female, then I'll go to Dr. Ify, incoming virus. Then we'll go to Ukamaka, then Neidu. So Dr. Ify, will I say good afternoon? Dr. Ify, are you there? Okay. Joe Best, incoming virus. Go ahead. 5 minutes, please.
Hello, I'm here. Sorry, I was on mute. Hello?
Yes, go ahead, Dr.
I
Ify.
just had to pause.
Boss, don't come on, boss, stop, bro.
Sorry, I beg.
Sister,
Sorry, I had to pack real quick. Sorry. I don't want jump person. Okay, can you hear me, please?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I wanted to speak when I heard Cecil mention about diphtheria. I could speak on that really. So I'm at work, so I've been listening on and off. So this is unfortunate that we're still dealing with diphtheria in 2023. Throughout my medical school years in Nigeria, I probably saw one case throughout my clinical practice in and out of Nigeria. Never. So it's unfortunate that these vaccine preventable infections are coming back. Anyway, diphtheria is a bacterial infection caused by a bacteria called Corynebacterium diphtheria. This is transmitted typically by the respiratory route for the respiratory diphtheria. You can also have skin infections caused by diphtheria. Now, it can present with, particularly in children, in adults as well, fever, sore throat, generally feeling unwell, lymph node enlargement in the neck. It can be very life-threatening. It can cause respiratory obstruction and respiratory failure too. So the main hallmark of this infection is that it releases a toxin called the diphtheria toxin that can cause a lot of inflammation, causing a gray membrane. So when you look at the person's throat, you will see a gray or whitish membrane coating the entire throat, the tonsils, and it can spread. And as this toxin is being elaborated, it can be absorbed into the system, which causes a lot of trouble. It can cause heart failure, abnormalities with cardiac rhythm. It can cause a lot of inflammation in the heart, can affect the nervous system as well. So typically treatment is using an antitoxin, which I don't know if we have it available in Nigeria, and antibiotics. So a lot of deaths come from absorption of the toxin, causing all that other organ failure. I'm not sure how many of our hospitals have a pediatric ICU that can put in a breathing tube, support a child or an adult who has respiratory failure from this sort of infection. So generally, treatment is antibiotics, as I said, and the antitoxins given early in the infection. And not all the strains of the bacteria release the toxin, but for the toxigenic strains, definitely they need an antitoxin as part of the treatment protocol. Now, the prevention for this is for those in close contact with whoever has been diagnosed, has to be prophylaxed with antibiotics. One. Two, of course, isolation has to be done too for those who were exposed. And then vaccination is the main preventive modality for this type of infection. It comes, if you've had tetanus before, most times they pair the tetanus toxoid with this diphtheria. So when you see TD, the T is tetanus toxoid, the D is the diphtheria toxoid. And some places they add P, Tdap, TDP. P is pertussis, which is whooping cough. So these infections, I can't remember the vaccine schedule for children, but in adults, you need a booster every 10 years. So anybody listening, if you haven't had a tetanus booster, make sure you get boosted. So every 10 years, you need to be boosted to prevent this infection. Okay, I'll be happy to answer any more questions. You can tweet me if you have any more questions about this. Okay, this is all I wanted to say, and I want to thank everyone here, all the obedience, all you've been doing for this movement. This week has been a great week for PO and Labour Party and the obedience. I'm really happy with PO's outing at Chatham House and all the rallies. You all are doing well. I'm so proud of you. And in the words of MK, we had MK Martin Luther King, who said, if you cannot fly, run. If you cannot run, walk. If you cannot walk, crawl. So it's in our movement here, if you cannot vote, find ways to volunteer, find ways to spread this message. We are at a crucial point now, less than 40 days to go. Find whichever ways to support. If you cannot vote or support, amplify all the messages, tweet, retweet, convince multiple people to go. If you cannot, if you cannot do any of this, be proficient, be an expert in next person, like praise let them choose. Really, we are crucial point. Pull down your bullying for those who think we are bullying them. Pull down on bullying, with facts and figures. So we really have to get this right. Thank you all. I'll be happy to answer any more questions you have about this area on my timeline. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ife. Joe Best.
Well, good evening, Violence Space in Nigeria. So wherever you're spacing from, in the words of our brother Real Ever Best, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're spacing from. And thank you for the opportunity to speak. Our brother Saddam Strong. And good evening to you, my brother Omar, to Sizu, and to the host. Thank you so much. It is one of my favorite romantic poems. I will try as much as possible to compose my time. I'm Samuel Coleridge Taylor that said, if only men could learn from history, what lessons it might teach us. And we put behind passion that blinds our eyes. The light which experience gives is a lantern on a stem, which shines on a wave behind us. If only we could learn from the pages of history. And history is a collection of innumerable biography. So when you look at the biographies of a man and how he has been consistent over the period of time, I just came to one conclusion: never to ask him questions. That is my own school of thoughts anyway. Because in fact, where I had to crown it all was in one of the evenings where on the there was a Zoom meeting and a member of the PCC asked him a particular question. And 2 days later, on the VawulenceSpace, I remember vividly, I was under Anambra Bridge, and that same question was asked, and that man answered that same way he answered on the Zoom space. It only tells one thing: is the same yesterday, today. Well, the concept of forever I will not attribute that to him because he is a mortal. But when you look at him and how he has been consistent with his message, like I said, I decided not to ask. In fact, I stopped watching his videos because he has given me all what I need to know when I checked in his history. And looking at his history, no wonder the likes of Sky News brought him up, and he's, the playboy of Sky News. And when you have such a person, I wonder how we obedient go to look at or sit down to listen to the likes of Deji Ayedanju. Now, once to every man a nation comes the moment to decide in the strife of truth with falsehood, for the good of evil, some great cause, God's new Messiah, offering each the bloom of light, and the choice goes by forever, twist that darkness and that light. And time comes when it is brave men that chooses, why coward stands aside till the multitude make virtues of the faith they had denied. Now, though the cause of evil prosper, yet it is truth alone is strong. Though her portion be the scaffold, and upon the trunk of wrong, yet that scaffold sways the future, and behind the dim unknown standeth God within the shadows, keeping watch over his own. Behind the dim unknown standeth God, keeping watch over his own. And like I said, it is a choice. I've been consistent with this message. It is a choice. Either you look at Sky News, listen to them, attend to them, and follow the news they've given consistently about a man, or as obedient, you decide to throng in to listen to people that we have driven out from Twitter space. For me, I feel so bad. I feel so pain that we have everything in our hands and we allow people that we have driven out of the space to come back to this space. What antecedent will you tell of a man? Like I said, I stopped watching his video, but when the Chatham House video came up, I had to go back the way it was said, and I saw the passion of a man. I just watched the last 1 minute clip. I don't watch this. I stopped, like I said. I had to watch him hit the dais. And when a man passionately hits that thing at that point, you know he is ready to place his life on the altar at any cost and at any price and at any sacrifice. When you have such a man, I wonder what you do as obedient, going back to people that you have driven away from this Twitter space. Like I said, I won't hug the mic, but a word is enough for the wise. Thank you so much. I leave it there.
Thank you so much, Joe Best. Thank you so much. Let's go to Ukamaka. You have 5 minutes, please. And then, please, obedience at 7:30 p.m. Nigerian time. We're going to be streaming the AY live show with Peter Obi. So just take notes. I'm going to stream it from here. Ukamaka, go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, depending on the location you are facing from. I thank you so much for bringing that Prof into this space. It really helped to strengthen many things that people are still arguing over. I'm from Anambra. I am a first-hand witness to what Peter did. I want to add to what the woman's already said. Peter did not only venture into government secondary schools. Rather, it encompasses all the missionary schools, missionary secondary schools in Anambra State, and private registered, that is individual private registered schools. What we are giving to those schools that were handed back to churches, we are also giving back to this individual registered private school. Majority of them still have their buses. They were given 2 buses, I think, with 50 computers. So what Peter did was not only for those government secondary schools, but also for all the registered secondary schools in Anambra State. You see, Peter is not a kind of man that used to divide and rule. No, Peter is for everyone. That is why when people talk about Peter is IPOB, Peter is Igbo president, Peter is not Igbo president. Peter is for everyone. In fact, let me make this thing categorically clear. The people that will benefit from Peter, 2 sets of regions, most, before you come down to Southeast, are the north that have the land mass which will be used for agriculture, and south, which will be used for importation or exportation. Of course, he said according to Peter, is exportation of goods. Of course, Southwest is, in fact, they are the head now because they are the champions of them. You see, none of these legions will be what singles Peter away from others. Everybody, and others are saying, vote, Northerners are only to vote Northerners. In fact, the Northerners has only Northern person for Northern region is fit to be the president. While others are saying, just like one person went to Chatham House to disgrace Nigerians in the name of bigotry, his ego, the bloated ego that he can never hide. You will ask a question, somebody asked, they tripped you, you actually failed. You dedicated a particular region, you dedicated a particular candidate, you brought in another party into it. Truly, you will ask about the party. But why would you stand? Answer the question without showing how bigottic you are. Anyway, that's by the way. But what I'm trying to say is that Peter is different. Peter is not our everyday politician. He's willing to work. And the thing is that the truth about everything is that Peter is going to use the best of brain, no matter where the person is coming from. If an Hausa man, you are good, you have something to present to Nigeria, to the masses. Masses is his priority. If you have something to Peter is going to make use of him. If you are Yoruba, if you are Igbo, if you are any tribe, there are many tribes that are not being called upon. Many tribes that have been forgotten. It was today I learned that there are more than 53, okay, let me say 40 languages in Kaduna. I never knew. I take all of them as Hausa. You may not bring me because they always say not Hausa, Fulani. I know there are other minor ethnic groups, or should I say languages that are there. But I never knew that there are this much in one state. So you see, no matter where you are, I want you to stand up. Stand on your feet and queue behind this man. One person says something which none of us are not even discussing. That the reason why we have banditry and terrorism in the north is because of gold found in Zamfara. Nobody is discussing about it.
Oil found in South, and Southeast is for Nigeria. But gold found in Zamfara is for northern leaders. Nobody is talking about it. That is why we're having banditry. And that is why North want to defend them power by all means. I'm laughing at my South Yoruba distant brothers and sisters.
Can you run 30 seconds?
You are...
I said 30 seconds more. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. You are picking up behind a man who has made it clear that he's not the president. Even Shetima confirmed it. Even one of the APC citizens called Shetima the president. You are queen behind him. Is it not high time we stand up and bring somebody in who can make this country proud? Peter, I have said it before, Peter can be good. Even when he's an outside man, he's still good. Yoruba is not the tribe. Peter is good from nature. I hit my mic. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
What I know what? Kwankwaso. What do you mean by Kwankwaso?
The name of people where they aspire for presidential election, where they come.
Kwankwaso. Have I heard the song?
Go ahead, Nidu. You have 5 minutes, please.
Hello?
Nidu, go ahead. We can hear you 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, hello everyone. For me, it's just a shout out to the grand architects of this space, namely Saddam, Cecil, and NCs, and others whom I may not know. Well, as much as I give this shout out, I want to appreciate Saddam for his leadership in this organization. And one reason I say this is because as far as I know, as far as I'm concerned, VawulenceSpace is the most important advocate for the obedient movement, because I have observed, believe it or not, that whatever thing that is discussed on the VawulenceSpace, I go to Nairaland, and the next thing I see someone making that opinion, making that fact, or maybe stating the fact, I call people in Nigeria and they tell me, oh man, this is what we think. And I say to myself, isn't this what was discussed on this space? But why I give this shout out to Saddam is because, like I said, I followed him and I've never seen him tweet anything self-serving or in an attempt to advise Peter as others do. You come on space, you come on Twitter and you see people almost talking to Peter as if without them, Peter would not breathe. They do any little thing and then they come and tell you how without us nothing gets happened, And that's very insulting. Excuse me. Not just to Peter, but to this movement. So I urge all the obedience, to actually understand that this movement is not a kind of popularity race which rewards to be won for anyone, but just our own way of making efforts to get Nigeria back on track. And also, I want to ask urge obedience to stop giving the visibility, any kind of visibility, to guys who host spaces that aren't for PWB's advocacy. Some guy hosted a space 2 days ago, and it was almost like a call, like it was almost like an honey for the obedient bees, and we crowded the space. And why the hell are you going to be going to spaces for people who are just antithetical to everything you believe in? But it used to bother me, but it no longer bothers me, as I know that no amount of magic, no amount of conjuration can displace the solid dominance of this VawulenceSpace on Twitter. So no matter what anyone says on Twitter, VawulenceSpace will always defend and put PO on the solid lead. So for me, I just thank you guys, because I was in the hospital sometime in 2022, from April to August, very fully sick. And believe it or not, when I came out of the hospital, VawulenceSpace was one of those things I normally, excuse me, I normally log into just to get a kind of therapy. It provided a lot of therapy to me, because you log in and you hear submissions that you'll be like, boy, this guy is Nigerian, very nicely spoken, beautiful voices, and it was all good. And I tell you, I'm sure I'm not the only one who gets his therapy from it. So it's a whole lot of shout outs. When we win in February 25th, 26th, or 27th, the results will be announced by then. We'll have to plan something, how to do a get together and, celebrate it. So once again, thank you, Saddam, for your leadership and for the model you've provided. Another person who does that is First Lady. I like that woman so much. And then for other people's NCs, relevant base, they have kept to the issue. They are not here for anybody. They are just here to promote PW. So thank you guys, and I wish others will emulate you. Thank you and have a good afternoon.
Thank you so much, brother. Thank you, Nadu.
One of my principal, who was so stingy,
that he went to Chatham House and refused to share questions. He was answering the questions. In contradiction to the generous APC candidate who went there and shared all the questions for other people to answer. And that marks the basis of what he is talking about leadership. Was able to pinpoint Nigerian problem to leadership. When he told you that the landmass of Niger State, which is about 76 kilometers square meter, more than the whole land of Netherlands. And Netherlands is making hundreds of billions of dollars in agricultural products only. Yet, Niger State, under the unwatchful eyes of APC, most like 6 local governments are under the management of terrorists, a place that would have been giving us food security. But the federal government says that there's no such thing. What do you want them to tell you? You want me to tell you about my friend in Kebbi State that couldn't attend his mother's burial, his sister's burial, because they told him not to come because terrorists are in charge of his state? You still want me to repeat about the security system?
Well, Canada Conquer is a blessing to this campaign. Thank you so much, Nedu. Let's go to Mr. Kunle. How you doing, sir?
Yeah, greetings to all.
Yes,
It's always
5 minutes, please. Go ahead.
I'm always excited to come to what has become the #1 Twitter space on Nigeria Twitter. Once you see Sizul, Omar, and Otumba, you know you're going to have a good time. I want to analyze the way the numbers now, because historically how they cheat and how they rig elections in Nigeria, Kano is always at the forefront. So on the positive side, I'm kind of happy that Rabi Kwankwaso, the former governor, I think he was also Abdullahi Ganduje's boss. So I'm happy that he's saying he's running for president. So at least they'll vote for him in Kano. So he will carry those Kano votes and divide the votes. So I'm kind of happy with that. But I don't know why Ganduje is following Tinubu up and down while diphtheria is killing people in Kano State. Should he not be concerned? And I thought they had even eradicated the diphtheria. Anyway, they should continue deceiving themselves. There's no doubt Peter Obi remains the candidate Nigeria needs. He remains the only candidate. As for PDP and APC, they should continue stoning themselves with mud. There's plenty of real mud to go around. I think PDP has confirmed that Tinubu was a drug dealer who forfeited $450,000 in one instance to the US government in Chicago. Then conversely, they came back with how Atiku was chopping money with special purpose vehicles. Okay, very good. They should continue. That's good. But I don't want anybody to think these things are fake news. It's all very real. That's how Atiku used to operate. Let's ask ourselves, how did these two fellows make their money? Atiku was a customs man that didn't even do too much time in school. I don't think that man has a first degree. Well, I might be wrong. I think Nigerians somehow eventually come up with a PhD from somewhere. Okay. But Atiku was a customs man. He was put in there way back when Yaradua, the senior Yaradua, the one that was a general in the army, that was his person. And he has been chopping money from there since. And then today he emerges as somebody who owns the space in an export processing zone. So one has to ask, how do you go from the salary of a customs man that is probably not even enough to be able to afford to have a car? How do you go from there to a multi-million-dollar business owner that is running an entire EPZ in One? It's similarly, simultaneously with Tinubu, let's look at Tinubu. How did Tinubu get all this money he's spending? This one that Bullion Van has to bring cash to his house when election time has reached. And Tinubu has sat down on the Lagos State Treasury for 23 years. He spent 8 unremarkable years there as governor. He did nothing, and they keep saying he built Lagos. Well, anyway, they can continue. He built Lagos as if he built Third Mainland, as if he built all the things that were in Lagos. What have they even done? It took them 16 years to finish one line. There's supposed to be 3 lines on that the metro rail. Have they even finished it? 16 years since the time of Fashola. But they are making noise. Said Tinubu built Lagos. He built Lagos, but he can't find one hospital to go. He must run to London every time he has a cold. So, well, anyway, back to what I was saying. I wanted to analyze the numbers in Kano. Kano has always been the place where they rigged. You can't rig Nigeria's elections without Kano. If Kano had the population, or rather, if Sokoto State had the population that Kano had, then that would be the end. Nobody can be president, except you say so. So, similarly, the governor of Sokoto can continue deceiving himself. What's his name, sir? What's that man's name? The former Speaker of the House. Whatever his name is, the governor of Sokoto, they can be fooling themselves. They need to rig in Kano, and Kano has been divided by the fact that Rabiu Kwankwaso, the former governor, is interested. I think before the elections come, I think he's going to still end up doing that deal with Peter Obi when he sees that nobody is taking him serious, and all he has to deliver is Kano. Then he better quickly come and do a deal with Peter Obi. So, but we have to keep an eye on Kano. Because I don't know how they can divide Kano into two states, Kano and Jigawa. 4 million will go to Jigawa, and they're still telling us Kano has more human beings than Lagos. So, okay, I can see the hand of the host. Okay, let's leave it there. The conversation continues.
Thank you so much, Kole. Joel Obedient, how are you doing today? Joel Obedient, are you there? Okay, let's go to John D. John D. 5 minutes.
Yeah. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, depending on where you're spacing from. Can the host hear me, please?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm a first-time speaker on this space, even though I've been listening regularly in the listener section. I just want to make a comment on one of the tweets on the Jumbotron, the tweet by Bashir Ahmed, okay, talking about some persons will need to come and negotiate before they can be president and stuff like that. I want to tell Obedience that in the coming months, okay, the opposition are going to play a psychological warfare on you. Don't allow them dampen your spirit for a very simple reason. President Buhari has been having above 10 million votes, sometimes 12 million votes, since 2003, okay? And he never became president, all right? Nigeria is divided into three geopolitical zones, 3 north, 3 south, okay? And most times, Buhari has been winning the north with a very large number of votes, but that couldn't make him president for 12 years until the CPC party that he came from partnered with ACN and part of ABGA to become APC. So you see, just one vote from one section of the country cannot make anybody president or stop somebody else from being president. So don't let that one dampen you at all. And I want to talk about it because it smacks of arrogance. Okay, it's a very condescending statement. It's profiling, it's egotistical, and it's full of hubris. Why do I say so? You can draw a straight line from Bashir's statements to what Kwankwaso said at the Chatham House. Okay, it's the same thing, it's the same mentality. And this is part of what we want to get over with the coming elections. Just so you know, the popular Buhari is not contesting next month, meaning that his 12 million votes are up for grabs, right? Now, for the northern region, okay, we have Atiku, we have Kwankwaso. And then because APC is deeply rooted there, okay, we also have the APC presence. So it means that whatever 12 million votes or thereabouts they are talking about is not going to be inherited by one person. It won't be inherited by Atiku. It won't be inherited by Kwankwaso, and definitely not by Tinubu. Okay, so that 12 million vote does not exist anymore. Okay, that is one point. The second point is that there are 4 leading candidates from 4 regions. Okay, Kwankwaso from the northwest, Atiku from the northeast, Peter Obi from the southeast, and Tinubu from the southwest. Now, there are 2 other regions where there are no leading presidential candidates, which are the Middle Belt and the South-South. The only candidate that is sure of winning his own zone with as much as 75% votes or more is Peter Obi. None of these other candidates can win their whole zone with that margin. That is one. Second thing is that the only candidate that can win these other two zones where there is no leading presidential candidate, that is the South-South and the Middle Belt, is also Peter Obi. Okay? So, like somebody said, it's our election to win or lose. Okay? Don't learn the psychological warfare they are targeting at you, trying to dampen your spirit, trying to break your morale. Don't let it get to you at all. We are winning this election. Peter Obi has the clearest path to victory, and they know it. And don't forget that in a football match, it's the person that has the ball that is usually tackled. Okay, if somebody doesn't have the ball, nobody talks about him, nobody tackles him. All these attacks that are coming on Peter Obi is because he's the leading candidate. All right. And another thing is, in the coming months, okay, there's really no month. Just let's say in the coming weeks, there will be more aggressive attacks on Peter Obi. For example, somebody who is very popular on these streets tweeted that Labour Party officials were fighting over 100 million naira mobilization
My brother,
fund.
can we?
That is
Sorry,
a
my
lie.
brother, can we just stick to topic, please? I know I've let you go on a little bit, but can you run over 30 seconds? Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. So you're going to hear a lot of things. Don't let that dampen you. That's one. So I'm really proud of what has happened so far in Chatham House. We, for a very a very long while, okay, we finally have a president we can be proud of. Okay, so we have to keep on pushing. We just have about a few more weeks. We have to keep pushing from now to the end point. Then lastly, I want to say that this election is not between PDP, APC, and Labour Party. No, this election is between Labour Party and INEC. Okay, we must do everything possible in our own capacity to keep INEC in check. We must keep them on their toes. We must make sure they do the right thing. We must insist and call on a free and fair, credible election. Once INEC is able to deliver that free, fair, credible election, then we are coasting on to victory. Thank you. I yield the mic.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Andy. Joel, are you there? Okay, let's go to my brother Peter Obi. How you doing today, sir? Peter Obi, USA. Steven.
Hi, Sada. Oh, okay, not Sada. Otumba. Hello, Otumba. Your voice and Sada will not be the same. Anyway, thank you guys. I just wanted to quickly talk about an idea I came up with for celebrating our principal. I'm just doing that around Obedience Spaces. On the 1st of February, I want us to just thank him for coming out there, putting himself out there for us. If you check my timeline, you will notice that there's a idea to use this as picture, as display picture, and on your wall, just write something about who he is and why you are obedient, and just thank him for his effort. Many billionaires of his class would gladly live in London or Paris or Dubai, like some of them, and ignore Nigeria. He could easily have done that. We need people like him, more of them, to come out to help rescue our country. So we want to celebrate him on February 1st. So I'm recommending you the obedience to do that. You don't have to use our design. You can use yours, P2B's picture. Well, I want to come online on that February 1st and see everybody being P2B like myself. It will be very colorful and interesting. And on 2nd, we want to also do for Dati and appreciating him. I saw the town hall which he did, the one that was different from Kolaba, of course, the one with Channels TV, where he shed tears because of attacks he has received. And yesterday we saw what happened in Kaduna. Massive rally. I don't think that is because we print banners and posters. I think it's because he's doing groundwork in Kaduna. So I just appreciate Dati, and also to encourage others that are like him to join this movement, you know. So 2nd, we appreciated Dati, 2nd of February. Then lastly, on the 3rd, we want people to recognize the party logo. I know I couldn't risk saying Labour Party Appreciation Day, so I said Labour Party Logo Recognition Day. So let us recognize the logo, which will be on the ballot. So that's my message for the House. Please help us make it viral, make it loud, make it a bang, and also to thank everyone that made possible Niger State today was loud. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Omar, Sizo, and Sadanim, Asensha, and Otumba, and everybody else. I see all my people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephen. Let's go to Madaki. How you doing today? How was the Niger rally?
Yes, good evening, everybody. First and foremost, I want to say a very thank you to VawulenceSpace. Yesterday, we are able to receive some materials from VawulenceSpace. In fact, the bangles which was sent was really, really encouraging. I must say, those were the first bangles to get to Niger State. And in fact, trying to video that and snap to send to you guys and tag you guys, everybody, they just rushed it. Seriously, guys, sorry, my voice is really down. I was really, really there, yes, sir. Not just that, I must say, seriously, it was massive, but I must say it wasn't up to what happened in Kaduna, Enugu State. But the truth is that I least expected what I saw. In fact, I have a lot of enemies today because we were not able to bring everybody out. I must say the love was too much because of the rural people. Those at the rural level wanted to come, but they couldn't. There was no logistic for them. They couldn't come, but still people have to come out traveling yesterday to get to Niger State. In fact, what actually surprised me today, I knew that the most loved state by Peter Obi is Niger State. There is no place he goes to that he will never mention Niger State. Today, he made it clear to the Nigerites that the first state he's going to focus his attention on come May, it will be Niger State because of their vast land and agricultural produce. And he made it clear that Niger State is going to be one of the richest states, more than Lagos State, that is a commercial center. Seriously, the people were happy. A lot of villagers were happy. And that is coming up to the podium to speak Hausa with them. Seriously, it was really massive. This is my second time of speaking to face to face, but I must say today was more like the first time listening to him speak. Because when listening to him speaking seriously, he just needs a minute to convince you that he is the right person. He doesn't promise you anything. What he just tells you is your problem and the solution to those problems. And the people are really happy, seriously. Niger State, we thank everybody that supported Sir Steve. Thank you very much, Saddam. In fact, the entire VawulenceSpace, we thank you guys very much. We will be going out now because we still have some things to clear up with some people who are still stranded. So I just came out to take my bed and then go back, get something to eat. Well, I'm going back there to make sure that everybody goes back to his home happily without any hard feeling on his mind, because you know if we try anything bad, it's going to be disastrous for us tomorrow come days of election. Thank you very much, guys, once more, and God bless everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madaki. Thanks. Say hi to Lamin for us. Thank you so much. Thank you for what you're doing.
Yes, Lamin today, and Lamin was really, really dancing. God, and you need to see her. My phone was filled up with videos, and I couldn't video her, but seriously, she was really, really energetic today. And you guys, please thank her for us. She's one of the special person. In fact, I wish she could be the first lady in Niger State. But one day, she will become the first lady in Niger State by the special grace of God. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much, Madaki. Joel Obedience, how you doing? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Good evening, guys. Good evening, Otumba. Good evening, everybody. Good morning and good afternoon, wherever you're spacing from. If you're about to sleep, good night. Yeah, I'm here. Oh, very short one. Our OB, I was listening to his speech in the dinner at the dinner in the UK, and something struck. He said, "If you like, tell me I worked for you during campaign. That's not criteria to give appointment." And it just hit me when I saw it, a punch newspaper headline that said article said he would only give those. If you want appointments, you should what's it called? You should win you should deliver your state or your whatever. Now it shows that structure of criminality says that if you don't deliver votes, you don't get appointment, whether you are qualified or not. Obi is telling you you will get an appointment as long as you are qualified. competence. You are competent, you get the job. Not the usual PDAPC version of you have to deliver your word or deliver votes to actually get appointed. I say that one thing that is really, really interesting about Peter Obi's campaign and his manifesto is the guts. There's this guts to it that he doesn't care whether what he says will make him lose as long as he's saying the right thing. And that's one thing we've been lacking in our what's it called? In our politics and governance. People try to say things in a way that it will favor winning voters. Obi doesn't. He just tells you as it is. And about the Chatham House, I have clips. I'm keeping them because I see that we've been distracted in a while. I was shocked today. Niger State wasn't trending as at 4 o'clock this evening. Kaduna trended for a very short time. So I'm actually waiting for when all these people have finished their mind games. And that thing has content, so many contents. I say it again, my highlight is when he hit the table and said, this passport, people will be proud to use it. Proud and hitting the table going together, as in that thing brought tears to my eyes. Like, no government has actually, since after Obasanjo, no government in Nigeria has actually tried to bring our diaspora home. Obi is doing it. Like that is said, the brain drain they will convert it to brain gain. I swear it will almost be like the way Japan, what Japan had, even better than what Japan had. Africa is awakening using Nigeria, and Peter Obi is the catalyst. Guys, please get your PVCs. It is not difficult. I always say it is not difficult for everybody. It's difficult for some people. Yours might be different. Don't live on off other people's testimonies. Don't say because you heard it's difficult, you give up. Go. Yours might be easy. And for those that is difficult, keep trying. We know that some of them is INEC's inefficiencies, and some of them is INEC trying to disenfranchise us. You cannot see somebody trying to disenfranchise you and you just keep quiet about it and say, oh, they are trying to disenfranchise me, I will not go. Persist until you get it. Persist. You might be lucky tomorrow. I know transport fare is very expensive. I entered transport today. I was very, very shocked at how much people spend for transport, at least in my town. So it's very expensive, I know. But please, try as much as you can to get what you need. Take the risk. You might be lucky the next day you are going, you will see somebody that will assist you. I know a lot of obedience that have been doing it at INEC collection points. They help people to get their
Let them
PVC.
think of how expensive transport will be when they remove subsidy. And please just go and commit to the transport money now. Think of how expensive transport will be under Agbado. We thank Oluomo as Minister of Transportation. Please pay the transport fare now. God bless you. Continue, Joel.
Imagine when they remove subsidy. If they remove subsidy under somebody like Obi, he will try to do some economic adjustments that will favor you. Agbado, they don't care. APC doesn't care. PDAPC doesn't care. All they care is about their money. And an example I've been using for the past 2 days. If you think things are bad, you are thinking that goat is expensive, chicken is expensive, go to these two things. One, egg roll. 7 years ago, egg roll was 50 naira. Maybe you've not been eating egg roll lately. It's one of my favorite snacks. Egg roll is battling between 200 and 250 right now. Then egg. 7 years ago, egg in areas I know was 20 naira, and if you negotiate well or it's small, you get it for 350 naira. Now, egg is 100 naira, pursuing 120.
Joel, you're on there good. Now puff. Now inside puff now go fight APC. Puff for my area now 2.5 naira, the small ones before. 10 naira, the ones who get weight. Baba, puff come they go, come enter 230 naira, 20 naira one, 230 naira. It does go. Now puff is 50 naira one puff, which is the small size, and 100 naira. Puff. No be you dey even call egg roll something dey the middle. Puff is $50. Ha!
Yes, you didn't whine me.
Vote Peter Obi.
I will round up with this. Those of you in diaspora that don't know the price of egg. Egg before you traveled was 20 naira, 30 naira, 50 naira. Egg is 100 naira, pursuing 120. If you're in diaspora, ask your people. Maybe you don't because you don't eat egg. It is that bad. And the funny thing about it finally is that even as the prices are increasing, quality is reducing. Fowl food was 800 naira a bag. Now it's going between 6,000 to 9,000 for fowl food. For bag. So I'll use the mic here. I'm now bringing. I think I'll start bringing a bit of misery in all my submission in spaces. This is my bit of misery of what we are going through and what we imagine how it will be. It is happening exponentially. Thanks, Otuma and Sizzle.
Joel, before you go, maybe you can help me transcribe this.
Unnecessary little fundamental things. Before you put the sewing machine before you start sewing the clothes.
Joel, I beg. I need help.
I have a translation for that too. This is a literal situation of I'm coming, let me be going. That's just it. I'm coming, let me be going. That's what that man is.
I've been trying to translate. I can't figure it out. So please help me out. Thank you, Joel. I'll leave you on the space. Ladies, please request the mic. Oh, someone is accusing me of not allowing ladies to talk. Oh, please request the mic. Oh, I don't want to start calling people's name. Oh, okay. Let me take another cue now. We'll go with Prince. Then I'll go with AK Prince. Then Mayor of Anambra. Then Francis. Then Malubi. Prince, go ahead. You have the space. And before you go ahead, I was supposed to start streaming AY's show, but it was pushed back an hour, so it's gonna be 8:30 p.m. now. So Prince, go ahead. Prince, are you there? Prince,
Yeah, the network is a bit fluctuating. I hope I'm audible. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, you're audible.
Yes, you are, sir. Continue.
You see, one thing I want to quickly let my people in Nigeria as a whole to understand is this. It's funny, but that's the bitter truth. The politicians, to me, they are very innocent people. The politicians. Wait, I will explain.
Prince, you're dropping in and out. Can you go fix your network and come back?
It's a supply and demand. Masses that is so sound and.
Prince. Let Prince come back and fix his mic.
Hold on, sir. Are we losing him? Is it me or Tumba?
Yeah, we're losing him.
Okay, so I think he needs to start
Prince,
that
can
submission
you
again. It sounds
come
like
back
it'll
when
be
you have better
powerful.
network? I think Francis goes next. Right?
Can you hear me now? Is it better now?
Okay, it's better now. Go ahead.
It's because of the network. So what I'm trying to say is this. When you see a sound, educated citizen trying to tell you that he is voting for a candidate because he's from his tribe and his religion, then what else do you want and defend again? There is nothing you need to defend. That candidate, that citizen has already given him the manifesto he wants. It's a manifesto of him having the mind of tribe and religion. Then the politicians key into it, and that is how they win election. But foolishly to his very eyes, look at the fuel queue that is ongoing now. His tribe and his religion are queuing in that filling station. He is suffering, but he doesn't recognize that. So look at this issue of Kwankwaso abusing Peter Obi in Chatham House. Peter Obi has never abused him. Peter Obi has respected him. The obedient movement have respected him. I've accorded him all the respect he needed. But yet he keep abusing people. The truth is this. He knows he is not competent enough to win this election. That is why he feels by throwing jabs, he will be relevant. And another thing we need to take to heart, it is the continuous, long, repeated way that they use in winning election by abusing the minds of people with religion and tribalism. If you have a population in your region that only be useful in 4 years, why can't you be proud of that your number you have to be productive in making the economy and everybody should grow? Why would they use you only on election day and dump you? Then finally, I am even praying that let Peter Obi win this election. Because if he wins this election, what we are going to benefit is this. From the very first time henceforth, Nigeria cut across tribe or religion that will come after him, both from the north, south, east. You will not be able to speak this tribal language against any candidate. Rather, you will buckle up and stand to defend your credibility and your competence. And that fear they are having in Igbo mind will be forever be erased. And I will say this to them, on a normal scale, my northern brother, do you think an Igbo man will become president and the Senate seats and House of Rep, they will be more than them in the number that he want to declare one country of his own? You people have the number in Senate. You have the number in the House of Reps. So how is it possible for him to make a law that everybody in Senate and House of Rep that are more than them in that sitting, that he will declare a country? It's just a sheer hatred. Why do you hate somebody for no reason? Is it the one that makes himself to be a Nigeria? Are you the one that makes yourself to be a Muslim? Can you prove that to me? Are you the one that makes yourself to come from the northern region? Are you the one that makes yourself to be a Muslim? Or is it the one that makes himself to be from the east? We all came and saw ourselves, see ourselves in every region we are in this country. Let's join hands together and make the country working for us. Why the hatred? As the hatred you have for your brother, has it stopped the bandits? Has it stopped the unknown gunmen? Why are we hating ourselves like this? It's wickedness. Please let love lead all of us. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Prince. Thank you so much for your submission. Welcome, Zos. Welcome to the space, my brother. We'll go now next. Well, I'll let you talk, but we'll go now next to Francis. Zos, you want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to shout out to the VawulenceSpace crew and for giving me the opportunity. Saddam, Professor Saddam. I've always said that the professor on your name should actually be Prophet. So I would refer to you as Prophet, even though, yes, you are Professor Saddam. Big shout out to Sizzle N6, the N6 way you here, and Otumba. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'll just let you go from now. And yeah.
Thank you so much. Francis, go ahead. 5 minutes.
I think the next two persons should go. I'm actually very busy now.
Okay. Please, please request the mic when you're ready to speak, please. Let's go to, I think it was AK Press. AK Press, go ahead.
Hello, good evening, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity. I want to say we are finally getting the momentum. This week has been a great week for the obedient movement from the Chatham. That is a masterclass in the sense of consistency, in terms of passing the message, in terms of commendation, in terms of doing the right thing and making people. As in, the last time I see a leader speak is Barack Obama. As in, the message was points, clear, and also the manager of resources, how he's going to manage our resources, how he's going to get funds for it was accurate. And even the white people, they were impressed. Imagine a white man being impressed, which means Obi did a lot. He actually did a lot in terms of his speech. And also, again, the KK states, back to the KK states. Sometimes ago, someone said that they won't see up to 200 people. In Kaduna have come. The message is going across all board, and Anambra showed that they too want a better government. To me, I always say that this government is the people that will benefit more. It's the northern bet, in the sense that imagine someone is telling that you want to turn your resources to foreign exchange, that you will produce. You supply in terms of mechanized farming, and you make foreign revenue out of it, and it's trying to secure your land. For the past 8 years, you guys are the northern region is not secure. We all know. In short, Nigeria entire is not secure, but people that are most affected is the northern bed, the northern region. But right now, so I say I want to secure your region. I want to give you back your land where you will make more money with it, in terms of commercial agriculture. And right now, people are buying to that message, and the message is speaking across all board. And right now, the population is coming. And I can't wait for Sunday. I can't wait for Sunday because Kanu will be massive. And Kanu will forever shut down the Azagbado to tell them that northern votes obedient. There's obedience in they are obedient in every, because obedience is all about those that have suffered poverty. Obedience is all about those that have suffered insecurity, those that have lost their business, those that the government policy is affecting one way or the other, those that see things change, those that are divided through tribal and regions affiliation. That is what obedience movement is all about. And we are uniting the country. There's no movement as strong as the obedience movement. In Africa, there's no movement as strong as that's why a two non-entity, two group, they will emerge and form a group in the name of obedient movement. That's why they will call us that obedient at the IPOB, because they know that we've taken over, because they know that we are a threat to their criminal business. We are a threat to their, they don't be cash artists anymore. That's why they are scared. That's why they are scared of the new happening. They don't want it. Those they don't pray for new Nigeria because they benefit from this corrupt system. That's the reason that dirty art will find a way to turn it to bring us such spread. But right now, our eyes don't clear. They say, tell them, say, our eyes don't clear. Tell them, say, our eyes don't open. Our eyes don't clear. We know them. By their fruit, we shall know them. And we already know them. So, no, if you can't watch me, no, if you can't watch any, if they talk on that in years, they talk, spread fake news, come here. On that day, they know if you hold my hand, I go use my thumb, vote for good Nigeria. Thank you. And thank you for everything. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. But I guess I would like to say, by popular demand, and I know Mayor White is going to fight me, but we have Saddam on the space. Saddam, Mayor White fights me, now you. So, hey, my brother, how are you feeling?
Good evening. This evening, my brother Zos. Good evening, guys. Good evening.
The devil is a liar.
The devil is a liar, or the devil is a liar. They just let us leave it at that. Thank you, guys. Thank you, every one of you. I think I've been on the space from the beginning up until now. I've just been hearing, and my DMs have been filled with a whole lot of how are you? How are you? I just wanted to come up here and say it out here. I'm not dying, please. I'm just passing through a phase, and I am going to come back stronger. Please, thank you for the whole reach out. Thank you for the love, and thank you for standing with us up until this moment. I am so happy. And I'm like listening to my brothers up here, and I'm like, oh, so this is what you guys are enjoying when we are down and we're up there hosting. You guys will just day, they catch cruise, they laugh, it is sweet. I've been having fun all through here, honestly. Thank you guys for believing on the platform. Thank you. My neck is wedged now, so I cannot even shout or I cannot say much, but please stick with us. Hopefully, by the grace of God, I'll be back here by Saturday or next week. But we have a country to save. Let us not forget that. That's the most important thing. Keep playing your part. Whatever you're doing, please keep doing more. Keep pushing. Keep strategizing. But I know by God's willing, by this time next week, I will be strong and stronger. But for now, please keep supporting the movement anyhow you can. Thank you, Otumba. God bless you. Thank you, N6, Omar. Thank you, Zos. All of you. Thank you, guys. Please, I want us to, so if we can stay on the platform and if we can stream that P2B's interview with AY live so that we can have it live on the platform. I will appreciate that. Please, Otumba, if you guys can do that for us.
Yeah, we're going to do it. It's just, it was supposed to start like 40, but they pushed it to 8:30, so we'll definitely keep doing it. Uh-huh.
Okay, great. So, guys, thank you all for always supporting this movement. Thank you for supporting the Violence Space. Thank you for reaching out. Thank you so much. I appreciate each and every one of you. I think I yield the mic now and continue listening as a good student. God bless you guys.
You don't enjoy that thing while they talk. You go to hear violence. You go come be like podcast for your ear. He sweet die. He sweet die.
I swear.
I respect people that host spaces, man. Like the administration, admiration I have for you guys, it's beyond. It's not easy work, man. I think people just think, oh, open space, let's talk, man. Baba, it's not easy, but get to it, brother. Can't wait till you're back, fully on ground. So, please let me go and beg Mary White, because I know she could vex for me right now. So please let me apologize to her.
Sadam said, I'm going through a phase. It didn't come out well, man. It come be like say Sadam go do sex change.
Oh, why you guys say that? Nah.
So he come be like say don't go take hormone blockers. He say, I'm going through a phase right now. Sadam, that's going through a phase terminology in the world of today that say you get muscle before you won't go come back with breast, or you are Yusuf before you're coming back as Bobrisky. So you are under the weather. You understand? You get many things to go talk about that.
You are indisposed.
I'm going through a phase.
I'm actually under the weather. Yeah, it's a phase still. It's a phase. So
I beg, don't laugh too much. You don't get headache. Sorry. That joke I did, man. Thanks, brother.
I'm not laughing, man. So thank you very much. My head, make my head.
Correct, guy.
Thank you, my brothers. Thank you
so much.
Like regional minister, he left 75 billion in the coffers for the next man. Have you ever heard it in any way in Africa before? And yet they won't vote for such a man. They are voting for people they don't know what they are talking about. Wickedness. Itobi, when you listen to his record, you even think if everybody is normal in Nigeria, they shouldn't even do election. They should go and pick the man like this and put him there. But no, those that have a record of stealing, they are the ones that the masses are. It's unfortunate, and it's because there's no light. He left 75 billion, like us, Masa is about to go. He leaves 75 billion, but the amount is debt. And he said the pastor should talk. The politicians, do they seek and ask? Do they even understand concept of a man of God? A man of God, his spirit and mind is open. You are not intelligent than a man of God. We intentionally doesn't go into certain places so that we maintain our other. Don't think we are more intelligent than us. I also went to school. I also did law. So put me in the system. I put it to I know all those kind of things. Such a man is there. They will not give the distance to him. They won't give it to him. They will rather give it to people. No record, nothing. Because forces of wickedness. Yes. There is no way a wicked man will lead and the people will liberate it. Because it is light that liberates people.
We thank God. God has spoken to some of our pastors in Ghana, but I guess I think he said there's no light, so maybe the connection is still waiting for those in Nigeria. So
Maybe on MTN. Yeah, the connection to God is on MTN.
Yeah, last light, no data, backup generator.
One of my biggest fears of hosting space is that my phone is on MTN. If you know how many MTN, it showed me that it's a people where they host space, they don't have to use MTN because MTN cannot even keep me on a space as a co-host back to back for 30 minutes straight. So maybe some of them, their connection to God is via MTN Nigeria. I yield.
Thank you, brother. Zos, anything you want to say before I take the next cue?
Oh, but I've just been laughing. So I'll get well soon, I beg. We really miss you on this platform today, honestly. But yeah, shout out again to Otumba, Sizzle, Omar for locking it down and ensuring that what we call business continuity, violence continuity ensues. Yeah. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much, Otumba.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we'll go to AKA Priest, Mayor of Anambra. I have to bring in a female, then Mommy Bonanle. So AKA Priest, go ahead. AKA Priest, are you there?
He's spoken already, though.
Oh yeah,
AK.
sorry. Okay, Bay of Anambra, go ahead.
Hello, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All
Perfectly,
right.
sir. Continue.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Wherever you're speaking from, I greet you all. I greet you, Sizu, and everyone all the people that are hosting this space, Omar and Saddam. I greet you all. Like you said, people are a blessing to Nigeria. I thank you so much. I thank you guys so much. People are doing a great work. I'll start by saying I don't have time to talk about what they said about P2B, because our principal has a lot of things he's doing and he's saying. So if you are still busy going under spaces of people trying to gaslight P2B, you are all trying to engage on tweets that are talking bad about our principal. That means you are helping them spread bad news. So first of all, I'll start by saying, looking at P2B's speech at the Chatham House, guy, he did wonderful there. Like, he was wonderful. Everything he said there was wonderful. Like, I don't know. I wake up and I'll be like, God, thank you for making me to be alive in Nigeria this period. Like, what we are doing is great. Like, what we are doing is great. I thank everybody that's in this movement. Okay, I thank you. If you are contributing anywhere, even if it's 10 naira you're putting in this movement, God will surely bless you. The result is close. You know, they are saying that P2B. See, let me say this: what P2B is doing in national stage here, they have done it in Anambra. And from Anambra, I will tell you this: everything he's doing now, he has done before in Anambra. Let me say, when P2B appeared in Anambra State, so like, it was like a rumor, like there is someone that came out. They were mentioning even the party. Apuga was nothing. Apuga just came out. Like, say, he came out. There's this man that came out from Apuga. We are hearing he had been engaging with people. Like, I didn't vote. My parents voted then. My mom and my dad were discussing about him. They had probably been in a meeting where he came and talked to them, and they were saying so like that. And then PDP members in Anambra State were doing exactly what APC and PDP are doing now in Nigeria. They are talking all sorts of nonsense, saying this because they are definitely eating from Anambra pocket. And he came and he delivered in Anambra State. I can say I'm lucky enough. I've met P2B one-on-one when Jonathan came to Anambra State to commission, came to New to commission Innocent this thing. So, and I can tell you firsthand that P2B is who he says he is. You understand? If you are still there and you are still thinking he's pretending, I want to say this: can someone pretend for how many months? P2B has been engaging people in all platforms. Has he ever, in one day, replied article or said, tried to respond to? Like, you can see someone that is busy. Like, when you have too much work to do, like, you cannot be distracted. P2B is not distracted. He is working. There is too much to do in Nigeria. You understand? So when you look at someone that have talked in different platforms, engaged different people, like, many times, and have not made any mistake, has not tried to Kankoso said this, or article said this, or Showore said this. That will tell you what you need to know. If you are pretending, you cannot pretend for 1 month, talking every day, talking like repeatedly to people. You, one way or the other, you make mistake. So what I'm here to say is, if whatever you are doing in support of this movement, please, this is the critical time. You need to double up. Okay? You don't need anybody to praise you. You don't need anybody to thank you before you do anything. These things we are doing here, we are doing it for ourselves. And for my Igbo brothers, they are there. Many people, all these things you see there, they say Southeast, this, Southeast, this. They are trying to make you start all this ethnic tantrum. What this, they are just pinching this thing, and they don't have any. And when you don't have any other thing to do, like Atiku and Tinubu camp, this is what you do. You go down to ethnic this thing, spreading ethnic bigotry. So I want to encourage my Igbo brothers and Southeast people. Please do not be distracted. Okay, we are Nigeria has enough capacity. Like before, we are being ruled by 95% of people, our leaders, they don't know what they are doing. They're just sharing. You had it shop by shop. That is what has been happening in this city. You see, 99% of people that are in political offices there, they are there because they are related to their principle one way or the other. Connection. That is what's happening in Nigeria. And we are here to change this thing. And please, let me tell you, this election is as good as won. Don't let anybody gaslight you. You understand? Don't let anybody try to make you feel like demoralized in any way. Tomorrow is Plateau State. Watch out what is going to happen. We are taking over North now. Okay, look at the crowd they pulled out yesterday and day before yesterday. Is it not saying the opposite of what they have been spreading all around about P2B? So I'm going to once more encourage you guys. You people are beautiful. I swear, you like what P2B is doing. They give me joy. They bust my brain. I don't know. I can be proud of my I am very proud of Nigerians, guy. The ingenuity of Nigerians is just there. It's showing everywhere. Like we are too talented to be led by these lunatics. Like there are too much talent being wasted in this country because of criminals taking over everywhere. They will carry convoy, be moving up and down, pushing people around, doing whatever they want. Please do not let these guys do this again. I'm encouraging every one of us. Please put on your armor, fight. This is war. Okay? And see, before I used to think the politicians are our problem in this country. But believe me, when I saw people, PhD holders defending Tinubu, like I used to be, I saw like the shock I get is like I feel like weeping. Like why? Like what is the background of your like? Please let me not go far. I'll come back to encourage every one of us. Please, whatever you are doing, keep doing it. It is working. Keep doing it. It is working. Okay. Thank you, everyone in this movement. Thank you so much. Whatever. Thank you. Contribute in any way you can, even if donation of 5 naira. Do. It is working. Local announcers, they don't need too much to carry their distance to just 5,000 naira. They are working. People need work now. You don't need too much to engage people to work for P2B. Just small amount of money, people will do things.
Mayor of Anambra, could you wrap up in 10 seconds, please?
All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for your contribution. I'm very proud of you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. I'll drop my mic here.
Thank you so much. Please.
Thank you, brother. God bless you. Well done.
Yeah. Please, obedience, go pick up your BBC and vote so that this guy does not become your next Minister of Transportation.
Because I don't see any letter in the state at all. But I'm moving because of the 3 people in detention. But God will do everything.
So, thank you.
I've never said the Nigerian political elite so religious. They've called God in the last 6 months more than they've called God in the last 7 years.
Yeah, they don't remember God when it's time for election. So, yeah. Good evening.
Good evening, guys. Which one of you gave Saddam the mic so I know where to direct my thunder? Because this guy's supposed to be resting. Saddam, oh yeah, fall down to listener section now. Before I jump on the plane and come and meet
I
you.
love it.
Which one of you?
I know one like for suspense. That's Saddam Kosa.
He accepted a request himself because he has logins to this account also. So I know maybe you could cover.
Throw him under the bus, I beg.
Because I was like, why is this guy? It was because of him that I asked, because I'm not feeling well myself, and I was like, I'm not gonna speak today. But suddenly I saw him speak. I was like, what the heck is this? I was like, what the heck? What are you doing up there? This man that I just said continue resting, So, well, I will join forces with Mary White and come and with nice soaked koboko and come and whip you guys into So yeah, no, I wasn't gonna say much because with Peter B, we know him. We know, he's just absolutely fantastic. Um, I but what I wanted, there was a tweet I encountered yesterday that kind of sums up what the professor was saying earlier on about working with Peter Obi. I need to dig it out and put it up on a go because I was laughing because basically, they were saying if you are minister of this or you're minister of that, and the fact that the man is not going to accept failure on any level, and it's it's funny, but it's not because in Nigeria for decades we've kind of accepted failure, and people have positions that they don't deserve, not based on merit. And that's one thing that we know that Peter B is not going to do. He talked, somebody said earlier on that they watched when he said something about just because you worked to get him elected doesn't mean you're going to get a position. I mean, I was there, and in context, we were talking about corruption and nepotism generally, and he was giving us so many different scenarios as to why Nigeria is like it is. He said, and at the end of the day, that is what we need. That's what we need in Nigeria. I mean, the Pope's people who have no clue about the ministry or the parastatal they're heading, and obviously I don't know how people expect such people to come up with anything that made sense. Um, the other thing, I mean, I got to meet Zeus in the flesh, which was quite interesting when you see people who you're in the trenches with in this movement. I think I saw Dr. Guyemi as well. And when I spoke to Isaac Bolami, when I mentioned the violence space, he erupted. He said that you guys have infected him with violence. Says whenever he comes out to say something, he is not the sort of calm person that he used to be, and that it's synonymous with, what he said is what we are really. I mean, on the violence space, we don't take nonsense, and it's nice that you guys are getting that accolade. You've done amazing work for this movement, and I dare say you will lead from the front in terms of holding Peter B's feet to fire when he becomes president. What else did I want to say? Yeah, one thing, Chatham House was amazing. This man that calls himself a trader is somebody who has a detailed knowledge of the economy, and he knows what the problems are. He just doesn't know that. He has, I don't know, he has this wealth of experience that people don't really realize that he brings to bear when he speaks, because in order for you to explain something to a layman in the street, you need to have detailed knowledge of it to start with, and that's what he has. I was really proud. In fact, my Nigerian passport that expired like 17 years ago, I was like mentally saying to myself, where did I put it? Because I didn't even bother to renew it once it expired, because the thought of going to the Nigerian High Commission here in the UK, I'm like, it is not me that will give high blood pressure to, and I would not be able to tolerate the bullshit that goes on there, So yeah, so the rallies have been great. It's lovely to see the Core North coming out, and we know, because we know that we're not paying people to come out. It's fantastic because we know it's organic. Those are voters, and those that couldn't come, are voters. So whatever permutations they've made in terms of the numbers, I've said, a political scientist that has looked at Nigerian elections for decades and decades, right? Forget all you've learned, bin it, because we've never had the OB phenomena, which is what we've seen, how a man takes an obscure political party to national relevance within 8 months. I don't think it's happened, which is why the British press were so enamored by him, So, but anyway, that's all I'm going to say. I am going back to bed, but if I see Saddam come up and take that mic again, Otuba Sizzle, you are in trouble. You are in trouble. Let me just tell you that now. Anyway, thank you guys for what you do. I yield the mic.
Thank you, Mommy Bolanle. It was really nice to meet you in person, and I like the analogy of the trenches that you made. It cracked me up, and I was laughing hard here. Yeah, thank you very much. Let's go to Malobi. I think you're supposed to speak next. Malobi, you okay, bro?
Hello, guys. Good evening. Firstly, I want to say a big thank you to everyone on the panel, Otumba, Zos, Sizo, Ahil, and Professor Adam, our honorary member today. Hosts, what do they call them? Anyways.
The host in absentia?
I want to say emeritus host, but that seems so fine now. Anyways, I want to speak to the topic of the space, the Chatham House masterclass, then the Cardinal Niger rally. Many of the things that one could have learned, or one learned, listening to Peter Obi, include his class, the grace with which he answered question, how to be presidential. You could see from his poise, from his demeanor, that he has a knowing that he is Nigeria's president. The way he handled the questions, the way he spoke with authority when he was going to speak about security, stamping his hands on the podium, on the thing they call that thing, the nakam, to let us know that he will stamp out, what needs to be stamped out. Now, the thing that hit me the most was when almost in passing, he mentioned Professor Ragnar Noss, an American economist, and he was saying that when he was defending his stance on on savings, and he tied that to capital formation. I said, lack of capital formation is one of the reasons why people stay in poverty. And Ragnar Noss is a renowned economics professor who theorized that underdeveloped countries, should approach development in a multifaceted level, investing in different sectors of their economy. And that is what Peter Obi has been preaching all along. And he had done it on a smaller scale in Anambra State. He tackled security, he tackled the manufacturing space, he gave this innocent guy the leeway to manufacture, the health sector. He did everything almost at the same time, took the education from where it was to number one. And he said he's going to do it in Nigeria. What people do not understand is how studious the man is. He studies almost at the level of a professor. I can call Peter Obi a professor because his knowledge and grasp of Nigeria's problems and the way to solve them is outstanding. He spoke on, saying that you have to save to be able to have money to fund, development. And that took me back to, permit me to say this, it took me back to the Bible. There's an Agba economist in Joseph who had a dream about cows. 7 cows swallowing 7 fat cows, 7 slim cows swallowing 7 fat cows. And he interpreted it as having to save for the years of famine. I see you, Zos. So it was in the savings that he was able to provide aid for people who were in famine all over the world. So that says that people who save can give aid. All the loans that we're looking for,
Look, sorry, I have to cut you short there. I'm so sorry about that. I sincerely apologize. We're supposed to have AY, our principal, on AY space at 7:30, but he has gone live now, so we would be switching over to AY's space to listen to the broadcast where a special Q&A would be done with our principal Peter OB. So just take